We are doing more cursed edits. So, if you haven't seen this one before, well, it is what you can see. It's some people finding a big bug on the beach. If you have seen it before, you might notice there are some changes that I've done while sort of offline. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Just had some time in my hands, and it was not like a really good hour for streaming, so I didn't stream that part. But yeah, I didn't do that much. Hang on, I gotta adjust the mic. That's better. So yeah, I didn't do that much, but yeah, you might notice there's some differences. You might notice there's some looks like a skull here. You might notice, what else? What other big things did I do? Oh, this whole part here that I opened, I detailed that quite a lot, so you can check it against the earlier version. That's how it was before, by the way, in the face. That's how it is now. I don't know what to do with the nose part, though. I like the teeth here, but I don't know what to do with the nose. This part I'm gonna delete. Okay, let's see if we find the earlier version. Okay, here we have... Here we have the original. Oh, I guess I cut the eye too, there we go. And here we have how it looked before. So here's before, and here's the after. I think it looks a bit better. Hang on. Let's... Yeah, there we go. As before and after. So I added a bit of texture. As you can see, I did all this edge. I also made the edges more rugged, which hopefully looks better. Let me know if sound is good. Drinking some tea. Yeah, hopefully that looks a bit better. Also, oh yeah, I hollowed out the eyes. I don't think I did that on stream. So the eyes were like filled up, I guess, before, or like this, or like this. Sorry. So yeah, I just hollowed them out. I thought it looked a bit more scary, you know. Bit creepier. So yeah, I probably left the old hole here just to show you where the changes were. Okay, and then I did the skull, which I'm still not like 100% sure about. Might be too much, right? Like too recognizably a skull. I don't know. I think I'll leave it at that for now. But I might go back on the skull thingy. Or on part of it at least. You know, I could do... I could do without the nose, maybe. But then it's a bit weird, isn't it? Yeah. Well, we'll see, we'll see. We'll see how it comes together, and then we'll make a choice, I think. And then, well, I have a bunch of ideas, a bunch of stuff to try, so might do that today. Hopefully we'll finish this. If we're happy with it at the end, we'll call it finished. Okay, here's a to-do list. Now we're gonna go through. There's a few things I noted also, and here's a few things I wanted to try. So I'd like to have maybe wings like this, kind of broken wings. I don't know if they would fit so well though. So I kind of took this image quickly, and it's from a bee, I think. Yeah, it's a bee. We also got this wing, which is a little bit broken over here, but it's not like so broken. It's not like the other one. And we have, well, this kind of reference picture of another like skin. Hey, thanks for the follow, Beerzark. I love that name. Good name. We're making some cursed edits here. So you haven't seen the one before it. This is it. This is like the first, let's say, part in this story. And it has like a little story behind it, which I also want to do with this one. So this one, the first one, is some archaeologists that find this when looking for Viking tombs, and it's like a short little story I wrote with it. If you wanna give it a read, follow the link to the Instagram, and you see my first post. You can read like the whole little story there. So we're gonna do something similar. And in this case, the story so far, or at least what I have envisioned, is a little coast town in the US. Don't know which coast yet. Let's say East Coast. I don't know. We'll see later. We'll try to find a little town, give it a name. I'm gonna present this one like a local news story. Where they give you the little, like, just not a very long thing, just like a couple paragraphs on what a short local story would be. Like, local fishermen find a strange carcass in the beach, and I don't know exactly how it's going to end, so that's the main thing we gotta figure out. Because the other one, it ended kind of tragically. It ended with the archaeologists coming back to the museum and bringing back all the things they found, including this. And the ship goes through a storm, or disappears mysteriously. It is assumed to be a storm, but it's not really explained. And the remains of the ship just wash ashore a few weeks later. No one on board, and just this few pictures and documents to leave this story, but obviously no artifact. So yeah, this one, I'd like to give it a little like mysterious end. Can't be like, oh, some scientist took it and now it's in a museum. Because that would be too, I don't know, that wouldn't be mysterious enough. So I still have yet to find a good story, a good end for this story. Oh, this is a big picture. Yeah, I don't know how exactly to put these wings. Because I guess this kind of wings are sort of rigid. I wouldn't want them like sticking out the back like this. Because that wouldn't make a lot of sense for something that just washed up ashore. So maybe they're like still sort of rigid, but since they're broken, we can just place them on the sand, kind of limp. I don't know. There's only one way to find out, I guess, and it's doing it. Let's do it. Just gonna take a lasso first. I'm gonna do an first approach to this. I don't know exactly where it ends. Let's just assume it's this. So I don't know exactly what this is. So yeah, we'll do our first approach and then we'll cut it carefully. It's gonna be some transparency on here, so it's not like the easiest thing to cut. Oh, I guess I got a feathered selection. That's okay. Yeah, sometimes you don't really know where the line is exactly when you're cutting something. So very often you just have to take a guess. And really, as long as it doesn't look too obviously cut, like very fake, usually your guess will be acceptable, correct? Going 0%. I go with a soft edge here. I kind of overdid it, I think. Let me go back. Yeah, it's kind of hard at this definition or this angle. This, not angle. This quality of base image. Try to find a better one. But it's not that easy, actually. Find broken bug wings. People who take pictures of bugs really go for the pretty ones, I guess. Not the ones that have broken wings, or the dead ones. This was the best I could find. And this other one too, which was a picture of just the wing. And it is, I guess it's... Well, I don't know if it's broken. This might be how it is. I don't know. In any case, I don't think I'll use that. It's too intact, I think. Okay, this is the weirdest part of the edge. So I'm gonna have to take a guess. How's this? I guess it's alright. But now, obviously, gotta take care of the inside. Making it transparent, or semi-transparent, I guess. So, how are we gonna do this? we'll just take a brush that has a pressure controlled opacity and just do it manually, see how that looks. So I'm just pressing very lightly here and giving it a few passes, trying to increase that transparency. Obviously it's gonna need it's gonna need a black and white full desaturation. I'll do that first. Darken a little bit those edges. Okay. We can adjust that later too. But at least, I guess it'll be a good base to work from. So it's really important to make it transparent enough that we don't notice like the transition here between the body of the bee and the background. It's like a very important part when we're doing this. You gotta take a lot of care with it. So even if I make it like fully transparent in some parts, I don't mind if it looks alright. If it looks good, that's enough for me. There's also way too many reflections. I know that it's a reflective surface, but we might have to decrease the levels there a little bit. If that does anything. That isn't doing a lot. Hello. Oh, alright. It's just taking a while, I guess. Take your time. Okay. It's taking a while today. So what I want to do is decrease those brightest colors, while more or less keeping the values where they were. That's not bad. Let's go back, add a little transparency on here. Whoa, that is stronger for some reason. I was pressing lightly. Weird. It's not letting me pressure control this. That doesn't happen usually. Okay, maybe it's an... yeah, okay. Just needed to Alt-Tab, I guess. Photoshop will do weird things sometimes. And often just Alt-Tabbing back and forth will resolve it. I'm also adding a little transparency. I know it's cheating, but to reduce the bright spots here, the little specular reflections. Is that how you call them? Wait, let me check how the stream quality is. Okay, seems stable. Kinda scared for my stream quality since it got messed up the last few streams. Do let me know if there's any itches or problems. All right. Oh yeah, I get why it chugged a little, because it is a huge picture. It's also a smart object. So I think we're gonna commit, and I'm gonna save a copy. And this one I'll rasterize and apply. It should be more easy to mess with. Okay, so the natural place for wings on this thing is here. This is actually a cicada cocoon. No, not cocoon, it's a... what do you call it? A shell, or whatever's left when they molt. They change skins. So this is like where the wings ought to be. So I guess this place makes the most sense biologically, but this is not really biological anymore, so we can just do whatever. I'm liking here. It's like a little junction here. And it feels natural there. Okay, let me just take all of this, call it wing. And we can do the wing on the back, but I don't think if we put it here, not a lot would be visible here, so let's hold off for now. Okay, we can put this below the pointy sticks. Yeah, the pointy sticks. It's just a layer I did on top, so the sticks would be over the bug. And I guess if we put it here, well, we're gonna need to expand those sticks. We can just warp this a little. Since it's kind of a flat surface, it won't look very bad. Yeah, but we'll need to put a little bit more stick here. So I just took this part. That's fine. It's no biggie. So this is also pretty good to hide this area, which I don't love because it's kind of out of focus. I don't really like the edges. Look a bit fake. So this is a pretty good excuse to mess with that. So, okay, hang on. Before we do anything, before we warp it, before we do all that sort of stuff, I'm thinking we can make it into a smart object, so we can always go back on any little changes we make. We can warp it without remorse. I'm thinking I could make it a little flaccid. Is that how you say it? Kind of like it's, you know, it's been like that and it's been floating through the water. So even though it's a rigid structure, the wing kind of gives out a little bit. It's broken on the edges, it's frayed, and I'd imagine it would get a bit more flaccid, malleable. Like that. What's that? Not really loving how it's interacting with this guy. And obviously the stick, which I'm gonna take care of right now. Pointy sticks. Just as easy as adding some stick here. There we go. This is a copy of a background layer with a mask that only shows the sticks. So it's always easy to just come back and then add a little bit more. Okay, so that's one thing. I'm also wondering about this guy's boots. Well, I guess it would make sense that the wing would be over him. Well, not like over him, but kind of covering this part of the boot. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. We're also going to add a little shadow to the wing. Instead of adding it to the general shadow, I'm just gonna make it into its own little layer, so we can come back. And if we move the wing or something, the shadow will come with it. And as you can see, there's not like any big shadows. The light is pretty non-specific. But obviously the parts that are under the wings would be sort of darker, sort of in shadow. Gonna refine this edge a little bit, then add some shadow. So I'm guessing like right below here. Oh, this stick we're gonna have to resolve. Like, where is it going? Not really going anywhere now. So the upper part of this leg here would be a little bit more shadowy. Then the part that is touching should be like pretty much dark. It's also not gonna be such a strong shadow as the others, because it's a semi-transparent surface. So we'll just make it a bit lighter than the rest of the shadows. Down here a little bit too. Kind of mixes with the shadow of the leg because it's going over it. And then as it passes the leg, I'll just remove it from here. How's that looking? You also don't want to go overboard with the shadows, because then you might get like very dark values that don't make sense in this image. So you can see this image is kind of low contrast, so you don't want to get like very dark blacks, because then they'll be darker than the darkest parts of the base image, and it will look fake. Oh, messed that up. There we go. Oh, my tea is cold. Okay, so that's a wing, which I'm also like not 100% sure about. I kind of like it for a couple reasons. It hides one of the problem parts, which is always good. Adds a little complexity to our little thing here. Or beast. And I don't know. It's cool. It's cool. So, let me think about one thing. We copy this wing, we merge it, we flip it. And I know it's the same one, but I'm gonna flip it and put it below the bug. Wait, hang on. There we go. Just to see, like, where would it fall if we had another wing that looked the same on the other side. I guess something like this would just sort of peek out. It's kind of hard to make with this, but warp it a little. Can get like a little peak like this. Oh, you can see that very well. There we go. I guess that would sort of make sense. Although I kind of want to change the shape of it so it doesn't look like I just flipped this one. I'm just gonna kind of gonna cheat it. I'm gonna hide, there we go, some of the edge. Try to make it look different. So at least at first glance, it won't be like the same wing. Also, it's sort of under the water here. So this part should be like sort of hidden. Okay, that's pretty good. I'll decrease the levels since this part is kind of brighter and it looks a bit dark here. Just do it like this. Does that make sense? Should be a bit longer, now that I think about it. Like we can always pull it out a little bit more. Well, I guess it's under the water too, so you can just assume that it's longer under the water. Okay, I'm kind of liking the wings. I think for now let's keep them. If we run into any problems, we can reconsider. Okay, so I'll remove what we've already added. Wanted to add a little hair to some of the edges, just to make it more icky, you know, more. I don't know. A hairy bug is always creepier or more disgusting, right? Okay, also, since we've mostly decided on the main parts, at least the main parts that will be like poking out, like legs and wings and stuff, we can do the reflections in the water now. And the reflections we are seeing are from, let me find it, not this one, are from this picture. So yeah, it's like a part of a whale. and they've been cutting. And obviously you can see the reflection of this long thing here, and it kind of doesn't make sense here. Also, I think the whole reflection, we can just push it forward a little bit. Since like this is reflecting here. I guess this would be reflecting like here. Make more sense. It's also like not a very detailed reflection, it's just a silhouette, basically. We can't really see any of the detail reflected. Also some parts of the reflection are like this because, oh, like this because all the ripples in the water. So yeah, we'll try to play with that to make a sort of realistic reflection. So we'll just go to the very bottom on this layer here. So this layer is just the background with everything, like the whole whale part here clone stamped. So I think on top of it, you can play with the clone stamp and on a new layer. So the clone stamp isn't currently below, so it'll only take from this layer. I'm thinking... Okay, so you see this, right? This kind of looks like this antenna. So I think we can kind of keep it on the same, like keep it the same shape, but push it forward a little. And over here, well, it's kind of distorted, so I don't really mind what that part could look like. Not really accurate. Just sort of keep it in the same general shape, you know? I'll keep some of these ripples on this edge here too, to account for, I don't know, any little however you say that, differences in the silhouettes. And hope this makes sense. I find the original. Well, it's a bit closer than it should be, right? The whole reflection. If we make it consistent, it should be alright, I hope. I guess this would make a bit more sense, right? And also sort of warp it. It's lagging a little bit, right? It's not getting that big, this document. No, the last one, the one for this, it kind of was two pictures at once too, but this picture, or this Photoshop document, was 230 layers. 230. This one is 92, so we're like still below half of that. And the other ran smoothly too, which was kind of impressive. Because that amount of layers and big the size too, it's kind of impressive that it was still running so smoothly. Didn't give me any problems. Okay, so that sort of makes sense. Now this edge here. I'd kind of like to... There we go. I'd like to have it more or less fit the angle of the pincer. I don't know if pincer is the good word for that. Whatever that appendage is. Trying to get rid of the repeated parts. Make it a bit smoother, if possible. Okay, and this part, still not really liking how it is. I'm thinking we can sort of warp it so it follows that shape better. Now, obviously, there's some wonky edges. We'll take care of them. I'd also like a little reflection, even though this might just not really be a reflection. Something for this. It makes a bit more sense. Have it kind of meet the main. There, for example. This could use a little more shape. It's kind of dark now, though. Now let's remove it slightly, since this part is sort of distorted. Just want the hint of it. Okay, that takes care of this part here. And for this part, I think it's alright that it's all in, that it all fits in reflection, because we have like a pretty big thing here. It does make sense. So let's see before and after. Before it was just a reflection of a different object. Now it fits better, right? You know, if it does look a bit weird. Here's the original object, if you haven't seen it. Object, well, it's unfortunately a bit of a whale. Kind of disgusting, but... I was also looking at it to see how they manage the contact with the water. So like the very edge here. And even though it's not a lot of water, this puddle here, this puddle here seems enough to kind of cover the very bottom of it. And we should do something similar here. I'm gonna do that over the skull part of the bug here. So it's gonna be a little bit of drawing, and hopefully it comes out alright. So I'm just gonna cover the very bottom, and smooth it out. Basically everything that covers, and this part seems alright. Everything that should be touching water, I'll just sort of cover it. Well, this part is touching sand more, but this part seems alright. And now on top of this, I'll try and draw just like this, like a tiny line, like a hint or glimmer of the water surface. Let's see if that looks good. Obviously, it's gonna have to be... It's gonna have to fit onto the shape of the object, so it's kind of the hardest part. I'll try and make it go around little nooks and crannies. This doesn't really seem to be touching, so it's kind of elevated actually. Okay, and over here. Here I'm gonna do it too, but then I'm gonna have to raise it. Well, it's not much, but hopefully it does help with the illusion. Reduce the opacity of this, so a little bit still comes through below it, which is at 90 or something. Let's see if we overdid it or not. So I compared to this, yeah, this doesn't seem too much. It's a very tiny detail, but you know, every little thing helps. So I think that kind of takes care of the reflections in the water, which was one of the main worries I had, sort of. I'm noticing this edge here, and I don't really like it, so let's go and fix it. I guess since I added a little bit more shadow, now it's popping out a bit more due to the wing. Oh, you know, we can say this stick, instead of poking, as I was trying to imply before, we can remove its shadow. It's like contact shadow with this. And we can add a little shadow. There we go. Little shadow in contact with the wing. So now it looks like it's kind of pushing the wing out instead of poking behind it. Hopefully that makes a bit more sense. Still leave a little shadow here so we can see the whole stick. Now we can also remove a little shadow on the stick itself. That way we'll see it better. There we go. Alright, how's this looking so far? I'm kinda liking the wings. Maybe they're a bit too sharp? Oh, I don't know. Guess they were not that sharp in the original image either. So maybe they do fit. I'd like to fix some of the edges though. Oh, there we go. I was using the eraser instead of the brush. Rookie mistake. I'm hardening some of the edges here. Because they're so soft, they're kind of blending with the background. So I'm kind of cutting in with a little bit of harder edge, and maybe we can add a little, I don't know, a little highlight on the very tip. Maybe that'll make them pop a little more. Oh, I'm using a very hard brush. There. Okay. That's looking better to me right now. Okay. Let's go to the bug. Let's go to the contact shadows. And I want to add a little more shadow right below here. This part, obviously, it's being covered by the face. So let's just give it a hint of shadow. Okay. What's next up on the list? Just keep crossing stuff out. It's done. Yeah, I was wondering if I should add something on the inside here. Not like something too obvious, poking out or something, but I don't know. Something that you can kind of guess, or like just a hint. I don't know. I don't know how hard to go with that. Okay, before we do that though, there's two things I want to do. The two of them have to do with edges. Oh, I forgot to mess with this edge, actually. Talking about edges. Let's see if I can find it. It should be on the base picture. There we go. I'm using a sort of soft edge here, but it could benefit from a harder one to make it look sharper. And over here we kind of have a problem because they're intersecting. I think I did make I did make a layer, and I don't really know where it is. We'll do it on shadows here. I did make a little layer to soften this edge, or not make it as bright, but it might have been on the old version of it, so I might not have access to it anymore. So yeah, I'm just doing it again. And this kind of helps us with hairy areas, because if we just use the razor tool on this area, it would just get rid of the hair. And I don't want that to happen, because more hair is always better on bugs. Try to harden this edge too. There's some wonky edges left over from Photoshop's own edge detecting, which I tried to use to spare as much hair as possible. And okay, over here, I think it was just like the very edge of the image. So that's why it's sort of this hard edge. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So we'll do this. Okay, that's pretty good. Just adding a little detail on this area. Let's see before and after. Takes a little while, but yeah, it looks good. Let's go in here. And that will tackle the bigger problem here, which is the whole part in the back, which sort of out of focus on the original image, and it looks weird now. Yeah, we got some bad edges here. I still don't really understand how this pincer works. I think I got it sort of right. Even though it looks weird, I think it's how it is. Just has a weird shape. Let me check my connection. That's the wrong one. Okay, we're having a smooth stream today. Don't want to jinx it, but no problem so far. Okay, so this is a big elephant in the room. This thing here. What to do with it? Because let's take a look at the original. Maybe that'll give us a little more insight. Yeah, this is the original. As you can see, like, there's a pincer. That's why I think I got it right, because it kind of looks like that, really. Although, now thinking about it, hang on, y'all. This might be okay. This might be just a leg that's behind it. Let's take a look at this other one. I don't really know. This thing is weird. Okay, we have more pictures of cicadas like this. Let's just look at them for reference. Let me see if I didn't eliminate them though. This one? Okay, yeah, so this weird thing. Oh, Shrew-Raid! Hello everybody! How did the stream go? I didn't have time to catch it before. Hey everybody. How you doing, guys? We are making a very cursed image. Again. So we're sort of going through problems with it. And trying to fix them. It's kind of hard to work with old images, turns out. So how did the stream go, Shu? gotta chat and go to the grocery store. Okay, let's go. Thank you for again for the raid, mate. Have a good trip to a grocery store. Don't get yourself infected. Take my hose. Am I not following already? Yeah, thanks for the follow. I thought you were following. I've seen you here so many times. Well, yeah, that's fixed now. So, okay, I'll run you through what I did so far on this little beast here. Let's remove this old works thingy so we can see the full, beautiful layer count. Ah, you guys like that? This must be a nightmare to retouchers that work on like 2 or 3 layers. Anyway, the original is this one. Oh, the original for the bug, at least. The original is this one, which we have here in the back. I cut it, I made it black and white. I kind of warped it so the legs would like splay out. Thanks, Hitzel. So yeah, we splayed out the legs, we added some wings, I emptied out, hollowed out the eyes, and added this skull front. Because when I did the hollow eyes, it kind of looked like the skull. This was before it. So I said, let's just go all the way, right? Let's just do a whole skull for the face. Oh yeah, we opened this whole thing up. Because this is based on well, the original, which I just showed you, is the shell of a cicada. So yeah, a cicada will go through different phases in life, and as it goes from one to the other, it'll molt and get out of its own shell and just leave the shell behind. And this is just a shell left behind. We have some more reference so you can see how that looks. This, for example. This is how a cicada empty shell looks. And you can see it's open. It's always open around this area. So that's where the bug comes out. And that's what I wanted to go for. But in the original picture, you couldn't really see that well, that it was open. Thanks for the follow, Alwarrete. I'm just gonna say it in Spanish. So you can't really see that it's open here. You can like sort of see the line, and here you can see it. So to make it very clear that it was just a español. Pues bienvenido. And Spanish, by the way, for those that don't know me. Yeah, we got this that's sort of like not really clear it's open, so I just really opened it up. And this whole thing on the inside, it's just me drawing. So I'm kind of unsure if it looks realistic or not, because this is not like any texture I took. This is just me and some texture brushes. Also the inside of the eyes is just drawn. It's kind of easier to draw on a black and white picture though. And then, you know, low quality picture like this that doesn't have that much sharpness, because you don't have to be so detailed. Anyway, we added wings here. We added, so if you see in the original, it's sort of burnt in this side. So I added that on the bug itself too. And that's kind of where we're at. Oh, I'm going to show you the original. This is the original. You can see they are cutting up a whale. It doesn't really look like a whale anymore. This is how it looked at first. They kind of take it apart, and that's what they did with beached whales and back in the past, because the whales, I think it's called blubber. It's the grease of a whale. It's super useful. It was used for like oils for oil lanterns, for soaps, for candles, tons of little things used oil fat. Render it down to make it lamp oil. So they this is like a picture that I got from the same place. I think it's just the same whale in the beginning, and this one is later on. And you can still see that it's kind of a whale, but it's sort of unrecognizable. I think this hair here is from the mouth, you know, the one they use to filter food. But yeah, another thing we just did is you can see the reflection here originally looked like this. So it had the shape of the whale thingy. So I sort of adapted it and made it look more like the shape of the bug. So hopefully it feels a bit more realistic. Baleen. Pays for No, don't say that. Okay, since we're all here, this is gonna go with a little story. And I still don't know exactly how to end it. But I'm gonna make it... Hey, mister. I'm gonna end this story... Thanks for the follow, Hitzel. Why don't you follow me? I'm finding out a lot of people aren't following me. You guys, you need to fix that. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, there's gonna be a little story. So the first one in this series, which for those who haven't seen it, it looked like this. And the story behind this one was a group of archaeologists that just find this while looking for Viking graves. And they kind of wonder, in the little text I did, you can read it if you go to my Instagram down below, and it's in the caption. They kind of wonder what this can be. But unfortunately, as they're coming back to the museum to investigate it, their ship sinks and it disappears, along with... Well, it doesn't sink, it goes through a storm, and the remains wash up ashore weeks later, no one alive inside. So it kind of ends with a little tone of mystery, like, oh, what happened to it? This is like a sort of egg thingy, and something came out and killed them all? Or is it just cursed and made them go through a storm and sank the ship? Or is it just coincidence? It kind of gives it that little mystery ending. And I kind of want to do something similar to this. But I still don't know what to do with the ending. I think I'm gonna frame it like a local newspaper. This is gonna take place in a little town, coast town in the US. Right, so I'm gonna make it like, you know, the local paper, talking about curiosities and little things that happen in the town, and just saying a weird lobster thing washed up ashore. And I don't know really how to follow it, like how to end it. Like, we're just gonna do like the article style, a little description of it, like how it was found, then what happened to it. I'm thinking one of the ideas I have is the local people just pulled it apart and took little pieces for themselves as souvenirs, or started selling them kind of as a trinkets or curiosities, or thought it was bad luck, threw it back into the sea, or I don't know. Or something weird happened, like, I don't know, kind of like curse style. I don't know, a little kid dies, for example, and they all say, oh, it was a thing on the beach that appeared that had a skull in its face, so we just gotta burn it or get rid of it. So they destroy it. Aliens. Aliens came and took it. Also, okay, yay or nay for the skull in the face, because I don't know if it's a bit too much. Let me show it without. Well, forget this shadow, but this is what the original looked like. And this is the skull I added. Hey, yeah, Storiano. You got it right. They're busy these days. Yeah, one of the when I posted this one on Reddit, it got a lot. I posted to cursed images because I thought it was like the most appropriate, I guess. Got a lot of traction on there. Got like 30k upvotes, and I really found it really funny that the first comment say, "Oh, June trailer just dropped." Yeah, I don't know what to do with the skull. I don't know if I should leave the more bug-like face, or if I just should go all the way and do full skull. Also, the wings are added. I just added them like minutes ago. This is how it looked before wings, after wings. I kind of like the wings because they hide one of the most complicated and most fake-looking parts. Like this part which is kind of out of focus, and I was kind of having a hard time making it look more detailed, more in focus. So, a little wing here. Can't hurt. It's also broken on the edge. I feel like if it's gone through the sea for God knows how long, it should be a little broken at least. And the next thing I wanted to tackle is this whole mess over here. This edge here doesn't look like anything. And I don't know, maybe we should give it a little bit more texture, a little bit more detail. Oh, de Oviedo. ¿Como yo? Bueno, yo de cerca de Oviedo. Pues bienvenido. Encantado de tener otro vetense. I'm talking in secret code. You guys don't try to guess what it is. Just secret code between Spanish people. Okay, this whole part. This whole mess. Pig Latin. Exactly. Spanish version of Pig Latin. So we can sort of fake a little bit more texture or a little more interesting edge on here. So I'm just gonna cut inside like this. Try to make it a little bit more bumpy. Maybe that'll help. And then I'm thinking hair. Cerdo Latin. Exactly. Cerdo Latin would be the way to say it. Okay, so little bumps like this. Make it a bit more interesting at least. Not just like a straight edge like that. Would be a bit boring. Yeah, and how about more hair? Now we can always use more hair, right? On a nasty bug. I think this already kind of helps. more interesting edges. Also, hey, I'm glad that the internet connection seems good today. If you've been here the last couple streams, it was terrible. I'm gonna kind of got better on its own. Although now I'm gonna jinx it and it's gonna crash. I think it's better, right? Been following up with the Twitch inspector thingy, which I found out about the other day. It looks stable. Okay, hair. Let's make it nastier. Okay, so I got a lot of, as you can see here, all these color pictures are just pictures I downloaded at some point or another for reference, for textures I liked. So hopefully I can find the ones I like. I think this one was one of the ones I wanted for hair. It's from hornets, as you can see, it's an Asian hornet. So this kind of disgusting little bugger is an invasive species. Well, it's not invasive where it comes from, but in my region, in the north of Spain, it's been like super invasive and big asshole. So I found this picture of it, and I like the hair on the edges here. So maybe we can isolate it and use it in some parts, like using around here, kind of make these edges a little bit more interesting. Oh yeah, you got those in the US too? They're huge. I've seen a few of them, and they're like this big assholes. Also like super aggressive apparently. What is WA? Washington? They'll have this 2 letters for each state, and I never know which one it is. Washington, okay. Okay, so let's see, how are we gonna approach this? I'm thinking we can take the clearest ones that have a contrast with the background. Like this area, for example. Isolate just that. I'm just gonna make a copy to get more later. And do a little blend if, and hopefully that'll look good. So blend if the underlying layer is... it's not enough contrast here. Oh no, it's this layer, not the underlying layer. Okay, that makes more sense. Let's do a little levels here. Try to add a bit more contrast so we can isolate them better. We're gonna make it in black in a second, and then black and white, but I have no idea about US geography. Like, I just know some very basic places. Okay, let's do black and white. I like them to be a little darker. Yeah, if I mess with this too much, yeah, I'll just make it... just bring the background back, so let's not do that. Let's merge all of this. Now hopefully, yeah, it should just look like that. It should have the blend if already like incorporated. Let's see, how dark can we make them? to learn the states in school. You're not from the US, it's all. Right? From Germany. Yeah, that's what I guess. Then where did you have to learn US states? Oh, these are way too light. I want kind of a dark gray. Hopefully that'll be better. So yeah, I'm thinking like using this in like different configurations, kind of copying over. Just to make it, some of the edges a bit more interesting. One of the Germans. And crawling deep in the ass of the United States. We didn't learn a lot about the United States in school. Like, most of what I know is just from hanging around the internet, the English internet, which is mostly American. One day we could make one of these map tests where you have to guess, it's just a blank map and you have to write every state in the US and see how many I can get. What is that? Oh, giant Asian hornets thing. Oh, I hate those. Yeah, that's exactly the one we have here. Oh, they're so big. Oh, I hate them. Yeah, oof. Yeah, it's gonna be rough for you guys. It's been here for a few years in Asturias, and it's just wreaked havoc. It's eating all the bees. It's just doing quite a number. We learned about the voting system in the US. Holy, we barely learn about the Spanish one in Spain. That's impressive. It's chugging a bit in some moments. I don't know, this hair seems a bit too light. Let's see if we can get some more from... oh, here it is. Maybe from this part. They destroy honeybee populations. Yeah, that's what they're doing here. There is one in Spain. A voting system? Yeah, we have one. It's kind of confusing how they tally the votes and translate like your vote to the number of seats in the parliament. It's kind of not really fair because it's made to favor the big parties. Yeah, some people have been trying to change it for a while. So I'm just doing this to invert it. Hopefully we'll get more use out of this patch of hair here. Okay. Let's see if we can make this work a bit better. Just want as much contrast as possible between the hair and the background, so that way we can do a little... Let's reduce saturation. Oh. Reducing the saturation did quite a number. Yeah, let's do levels over it. Hey there. There we go. There, that's better. So now we can do a blend if. Say blend if this layer is light. Try to find the good spot. Okay, I think it's around here. And then we can manually get rid of the ones that don't work. Like this ones. Oh. Okay, I think this is pretty usable. You know what a caucus election is and why it's shit. I've heard it's confusing, but I haven't even tried to look up how it works. Many Americans don't know what it is. Yeah, that's what I got. That's the impression I got when those happened and everyone was complaining. Okay, hopefully this hair will be enough. Just gonna make a few copies of it. We'll kind of distribute it along the body here. Also probably make it a little bit lighter. Try to warp it around. Yeah, we'll try to make it match the gray here later. Acoustica, how are you? It's been a long time. I haven't streamed in ages. Your non-existent layer names that cause me stress. Yeah, if I just stopped to name every layer, I'd just be here forever. So I gave up on it. No, I do sometimes. I mostly name them. So when I'm done making a thing, like for example, when I'm done putting all this hair, I'll probably just group it and name that group. Now let's actually flip it. So people keep telling me, yeah, you should. Come on, it's like the perfect moment for streaming. Everyone's home. It's kind of chugging today. But only like specific moments. It doesn't want me to rotate it now. That is weird. Okay, now it worked. Photoshop, you know. You'll know how that is. Yeah, I like the hair. I think it was the touch it needed. I'm also doing this on top of everything, but later we'll just pull it below the stick layer, so it won't go over the stick. No worries. And I know I'm using the same layer over and over, but if you think people are gonna check every specific hair to see if it's copied. You're very wrong. It's motivation. Yeah, definitely. What's today's bug? So this guy is based on this sort of thing, which is a cicada. How do you pronounce it? Cicada? I don't know if that's right. But when they molt and they change their skins, they leave their skin behind. And you can find a ton of pictures of just the skin. And I guess it just stays upright like this. So that's what it's based on. Hey Boneless, how are you doing? You gonna check all the hair? Oh, you can do it. I'll let you. I'll be honest one. Cicada. Did I say that right? Used to collect those? Really? Well then that's what it's based on. And I kind of really opened it up here. So to make it clear that it's like a husk, like an empty husk that they just found on the beach. See y'all, I'm the best at English. Never doubt that. You know, English pronunciation is like my demon, my personal demon. Always comes to haunt me. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going with the hair. We're gonna go up to the very edge. And I know it's very dark right now, but now I'll just group all that hair up and give it a nice fun name. And kind of make it more of a dark gray. Okay, this whole thing, you can see it's kind of, yeah, this is a mess of layer names, but don't you worry. Hair. See, I name them sometimes. The shells got stuck to the trees where you live. Make a rattlesnake sort of sound. Do they have like stuff inside? Left behind? Really? That's why they stay upright. Yeah, I was wondering how did they stay so how they kept their shape so well. I guess that explains it. Okay, so we are going... Oh, this whole black and white thingy. It's also hair, so... Just gonna group it all up. And we're gonna pull this below, because for some reason it's above everything. I'm gonna pull it here. So now it should be behind... Yeah, it should be behind the sticks. Even though some parts are not exactly right. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. Don't even exist here. Yeah, not here either, not that I know of at least. Yeah, they look kind of creepy. Just real noisy at night. Oh, you meant the insects do the sound. Okay, I thought like this husks, if you shake them, they did a sound. And I was wondering if there was something left inside that made that sound. Because I was wondering if I should add something to the inside. Kind of peeking out, well, not like something, because it felt a bit empty. Well, yeah, I guess we do have them, but not as big as the ones I've seen on the internet and the ones that this shell is probably from. We do have cigarras, it's a Spanish name for that. But I think they're a bit different. Okay, where's the hair? This is not the hair. Ah, there it is. So we're just gonna open levels on the hair. I'm gonna try to make them a bit lighter. I think that's better. So that on the one hand, and also a little blur. Not that much. Not that much, just a little blur, because they feel very sharp. And if you see the background picture, so like this guy, it's not that sharp. So enough blur so it doesn't pop out that much. Okay, we made it hairier. I hope that's good. I think that kinda makes it slightly more nasty, and that's what we're going for, so. I still have to shake the shells, like tiny maracas. Kinda weird to say maracas in English accent. Oh, I guess we also blurred this part of the hair. Ah, that's fine. It wasn't that important anyway. Should we add some here too? To this edge? I guess that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Because this part we already added some texture, some like shiny texture to it, so it'd be weird to make it super hairy. Okay, let's go to our little to-do list. See. Okay, creepy texture / hair. We already did hair. I don't know if we should add some more texture to some areas, but the hair is there. By the way, we still haven't decided what to do with the skull. Still don't know. We should keep it or leave it. So it might be a bit too much to do like a full human skull on there. Oh, I have an idea. We have the voting system left over from the other stream. I'll make a poll. If I remember how to make this. Ah, there we go. Okay, you guys have a poll that you can vote on. Should be on the if you pass your mouse through the stream, you should see it. To decide by popular vote if we keep the skull or if we remove it. So get your votes in, and we'll decide the fate of this specific part. Also got some other nasty textures. Like this, which is the inside of a tarantula. And it's kind of nasty, but I don't know where to add it. So it's kind of left behind there. These are some other empty shells from other insects, and I just had them here for reference. This one is where I got the idea for the empty eyes, because this one kind of has empty eyes and it looked a bit skull-like. So That's why I emptied out these. I don't know if this or all American. I think this one is from a mantis, actually. It's just a wing that I'm not gonna use. I'll throw it away. Oh, here's a very nasty one. This comes from a... Oh, let me see if I remember. This is like the backside of a weevil? I think it's called a weevil or something like this. And it's just... I just saw this macro photo. It was from the same guy that did this. Oh, we can't really see it. The hornet one I just used. It's just so nasty. Might even be too nasty for this purpose. Maybe a broken hex eyeball. It's a broken hex eyeball. Better have some kind of beetle pincers. Oh, that's good. I like that. Oh, let me see. Let me see. We get any votes in? Come on, get your votes in. We're like at 50%, so need to get more votes in for if we keep the skull or not. Okay, what other nasty textures do I have? I have this whole like super detailed side, and I was about to use this one, but it just didn't fit the angle here, which is unfortunate because this one looked really good. Yeah, she's alive. Have you seen? Couldn't believe it at first. How you doing, Bear? Of course, Bear is here. We also got this from the same photographer as this one, I imagine. Makes sense. Which is a front view of another cicada shell. But this, it's like really dirty. That's why I didn't really use textures from this one. This is a full-grown cicada from the front. She's alive. Water drop photography. Oh, you gotta show me once you got some results. That was good. Oh, I did use the textures from this cocoon on the side here, as you can see, because I really liked those like, I don't know how to describe it, that sort of pattern. And then we got this, which I'm not really gonna use on this picture because I like it for like its own picture. This is a wasp, kind of, I don't know what the name of the wasp is. It's like a very long wasp, and this is like its early phase of life. This is like what is in the wasp nest. Oh, let me see that. Oh, that looks good. You're getting up to some really cool stuff there. Thanks for the follow, no giveaway. I could probably provide you with a shot of a cricket from any angle you want to need. I'll think about it. That could be cool. If you let me use it, that would be super cool. I can always use good, high quality pictures. I mean, if you have some close-up or of some kind of nasty texture or like detailed texture that I can use to add some spice to this, that'll be good. If not, for the next one, depending on what pictures I find as a base, because that's really dependent on that. It's like if I find a good picture as a base, then I'll try to find something to put on it and it has to match the angle more or less. So depending on what I guess a base, I might ask you for like a very specific angle. Hashtag nasty. Looks like a mess. No, it's good, it's good. Oh, it's like a test shot, I imagine. Yeah, oh, here are some other pictures that were not used of beach whales. I was about to use a couple of this. I was about to use this one. Because I could have gotten a side view here. A pretty good side view, but I didn't really like the scale. It's a bit too big. Also the quality, because if you zoom it in, and then you can get like a more of the scale, the kind of scale I wanted for the thing. It's not like, there's no sharpness at all on this scale, so that's why I didn't use it. And this one, there's just too many people. Let me see. You guys, more people need to vote on the poll. Vote right now. Do we get rid of the skull? Do we keep it? Because right now there's 3 options, and the 3 have a vote. So we need someone to decide, get that decisive vote in. Yeah, well, if you allow me to use it. Oh, I love that bee. Oh, that's super sharp on the wing. I love it. Yeah, I'd like to do something with a spider. Because we've already done moth and cicada. So spiders are definitely up there. Okay, hang on. Let's share there. There we go. I really like the moths. This one's really cool. This one too. You got some great stuff, mate. I love those macro shots. There has a lot of spider. Out of context, that would be weird. There has a lot of spider. Yeah, I kind of love the moth. And the moth's face. I actually kind of want to try one of these on. With the little, how do you call this? Little tongue part. And to be elusive. Well, I managed to... Okay, let me see if I can find the picture. Because this was shot on my phone, and I think I sent it to somebody through WhatsApp, so to be able to re-download it from there. So I found one of those jumping spiders. I really love them. They're very cute. I didn't have my camera on hand, and I was certain if I wanted to look for it, I would lose it. It was like just jumping around in my living room. So I got my phone, max zoom, and I snapped a picture of it. It looks surprisingly... Oh, I can't find it. Looks surprisingly good. For a phone, obviously. It's not like a good picture. I got like the full front of the... There it is. This is like my phone at full zoom, trying to keep still like for my life. I managed to catch the glint on the eyes of the spider. It's a jumper, yeah. onto my hood, we had tons of spiders. That's like not a really inviting thing, usually. Yeah, I was surprised. It's like pretty sharp for a phone picture at like 10 times zoom. Rainbow green colors. Oh, that's cool. The only ones I've seen here, well, they're very tiny. I think they all tend to be that size. But they're brown. They're pretty drab in color. But, you know, I just let it hang out and then didn't do anything to it. Because, you know, if it catches a few other bugs, I think that's a good deal. I let you hang out and you kill a few bugs for me? Okay. Have it your way. Snapped some cell shots not too long ago. And did you get good quality for that? There are spiders jumping. Yes, they're jumping spiders. It's like a whole genus, a whole family of spiders. They're super cute and hang on, because we can. They're like very special type of spiders. Found one in the living room the other day. It ran around on your hind arms. Oh, yeah, they're cute. Yeah, but I mean, generally spiders are not very pleasing, but these ones, they just have this super big round eyes. And they're honestly kind of cute. They just jump around. They're super tiny too. Like if you see them in this large size, they look nastier. But some of them have this like very elaborate mating dances. And they if you look at videos of them doing their mating dance, it is extremely funny. And they can jump like, yeah, they can jump super, they have like a hydraulic system in their legs. So they can jump super high for their tiny size. Yeah, that's jumping spiders for you. Cute, aren't they? So then ones with the best faces, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I was happy to catch this picture, because you can see the two big eyes with their round reflections. And look kind of cute, honestly. They have so many that have jumping spiders with pets and models. Yeah, are they easy to keep? Because you'd think like bigger ones like tarantula and stuff could be like easier to hold on to. Just have a like glass cage or something, but jumping spiders are very, I don't know how big they can get. I think they tend to be like very small. They have 8 eyes. Yeah, but they have like 2 big round ones on the front usually, right? That's how I recognize them at least. Yeah, if you see them dance, they kind of wave them around. It's very funny. The pops are rainbow chrome green. That sounds super sick, honestly. Okay, we got an A. We got an A on the skull. I think it's gonna be goodbye for you. Oh, there's also a third option with the skull, which is getting rid of the nose parts and just keeping the teeth part. That might be weird. I think if we take it away, we take it away entirely. And if we do this, we need to remove the contact shadow here. And this little thing I drew. So let's go to the hair. There we go. The teeth just look funny. Yeah, it's a bit weird, because you expect one with the other, right? What if we did it the other way around? What if we just kept the nose? Maybe smaller though. And just for bug aficionados here, not really trying to do a very, very precise bug or try to represent like a very realistic bug. Just trying to make it look scary and cool. So if it's not entirely realistic, like the position of the wings is not realistic, they should be back here, but they just felt better around here, so there's quite a few decisions like that. So don't get angry with me, please. Looking a bit... Okay, that's cool. I'll let you know if I want to use any of your pictures. Because there are some very good ones. Well, all of them are good ones, but there are some very good ones for my purpose. Yeah, I don't know about the nose. Kind of the same deal. Looks weird on its own, right? Kind of the same deal with the teeth. But I do want something here. Just to review what we did with the other one. This was a Cecropia moth cocoon, and we used as a base. We made it black and white, obviously, and we added a few things. We added tubes, like in some of the spaces, which are also present on this bad boy. Like we can see some tubes going around some places. Then we added this kind of appendages that come from a horseshoe crab. Just a horseshoe crab turned around, and you can see the little legs like that. That's what I got. And the middle here, it's the mouth of a lamprey. I think it's called lamprey, what we used. Yeah, that's the textures we used for that. So I would like something kind of like that. That doesn't look entirely natural and looks a bit alien, you know? That's why I tried to do the skull. The skull may be too obvious. Hang on, because... Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. Bear had some good moth pictures, and since the other one is a moth, I think it would be appropriate to use some face texture from a moth. And I kind of like the little tongue thingies. I don't know how they are called. Guys, I don't know a lot about bugs. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how to call the parts of the bug. I just like how they look, but I don't know biologically a lot about them. Yeah, that's the tongue thingy. If anyone knows the name of that, let me know. Oh, that's cool. Oh, here's a spider one. That's a cool looking spider. By the way, arachnophobia warning. I guess that's overdue. Because we've been showing quite a few spiders so far. There's so many cool ones. Trying to look for close-ups of faces, of face areas that share the same angle as our picture. Is that an egg? Oh, that's cool. Oh, what is that? Oh. Trying to make sense of it. Not really sure, entirely sure of how it's supposed to be looked at. Those pincers. Oh no, I guess those are the eyes of the body, right? I'm bad at this. Okay, that makes more sense. This one. That's another weird spider. Okay, so I just want a cool face part for just this area around here, like the area under the eyes. Give it a bit more texture, something a bit more interesting to look at. We have this one that is also very cool. You have to subdue those colors, but this one's the right angle, very good quality too. It's not that interesting to look at. I think the moth ones are the best for our purposes here. They're kind of hairy, kind of nasty. They have a little tongue thingy. I think this one might be the best. Try it on. Oh, you can't download them from here. I can download them. Oh no, that's just the HTML. Yeah, I'll ask Bear for them later. I'll just remember which one it is. Okay, what else do we have on our list? Little list here. We can also take things from other animals. As you can see in the other one, we took from a crab and from a lamprey also. So we could also always do that. More legs? I'm thinking no, because we already added wings. That's already covers a lot of space in that area. So more legs is gonna be a no for me. Textures, yeah, we gotta do the face part, and then we got the inside here. What should be poking out of this area? I feel like a little guy here. Hey. Dick butt. But how about something sort of non-specific and kind of nasty, like guts or something like that? We got some whale guts. We got some of this actually. But we give some use to this base picture and just take some of that hair and another insect. Oh, we should make it like a those Russian dolls, you know, that nests inside each other. And it's just a doll inside a doll inside a doll. Just put a second shell inside and open, and a third shell inside, and so on. Okay, let's try this. Let's try hair like this. Saw shark mouth. Let me see how that looks. I don't think I've seen a saw shark mouth. Those are funny. I like that. They look like an angry dude. I kind of love this. Tarantula wasp. Or those parasites that infect ants. Oh, fungus. That's good. That's a good one. Let's look up tarantula wasps because I don't know how it looks. Oh, I think I've heard of them. Oh, I love those. I love those antenna and a fault. I've heard of those. Those inject their larvae inside of spiders. Is that it? God, those are scary. They're so large too. Oh my god. Yeah, I honestly love those antennae. But we could base an entire one out of this terrible hell beast. Apparently lives on this earth. They lay their eggs into tarantulas, and then the baby wasp it's its way out of the spider. Ah, that is brutal. So in person on my lunch break, they are loud. Oh yeah, I can imagine. That's an enormous beast. Look at this guy just taking one. I guess it's dead, but oof. Yeah, I love these. They're jet black too, which is quite a look with the orange wings. Actually didn't know what it was at the time and followed it around. I wouldn't have not followed around. Usually I'm pretty chill around bugs. Like I'm just kind of squeamish or scared. People like scared by bugs, but this, if I saw this in the wild, I would kind of get a bit freaked out. And how those are those fungi, I guess, called? God, guess that'll just give us the yeah, those are the ones. Oh, that is like, okay, if you haven't heard of this fungus, this is a fungus that gets inside of ants and other bugs. The ant ones are the most well-known ones. They get inside their brains and they kind of mess with their brains to make the ant just go out on its own, alone. Just go to a flat plane or something, or get onto a plant and just stay there. They make them stay there. They go to like dry places. Kind of force the bug to stay there and then grow inside and kind of grow out in these weird patterns. And obviously get the spores out. So they kind of change the behavior of the bugs. And there's like pretty much one of these for each bug. They all look different and they all look super nasty. They're crazy cool. Yeah. Apparently it's the most painful sting on the planet, the tarantula wasp. I can imagine that if they get babies inside when they sting. Yeah, they're crazy cool. The enemies on The Last of Us, I think, are based on these. Oh look, that's a cicada. Right there. This one has a cooler face than the one we... God, they come out of the like the joints between the plates. Okay, so I kind of like that look, that fungus inside. Yeah, let's, as we usually do, get labeled for use. Hopefully get a large one, and we're not getting the right ones. Oh, look at this. Let's try to find some with a cool texture. This one is cool. Yeah, but let's get the right name for the fungus, I guess. And photogenic fungus? I guess that's the one. So right now, I guess it's just getting a fungus beetle, which is not really what I'm looking for. Can we get like a common name? Because usually looking at pictures by scientific name is not really... Well, insect pathogenic fungus could be... And that won't be too different from bug fungus, but... Oh, come on. Don't do this. There we go. Okay, there's some here. This one is pretty cool, but it doesn't look too usable. Look at this bugs getting it on. Some of these are so nasty, I love it. And it might be harder to find if we look for fungus, for insect fungus, because then we have to pry away this fungus from the insect. Might be easier to just look for fungus and try to find a cool one, one of those hairy ones, and just use that as a sort of texture, because I think the idea is I'm not gonna make it like explode outside the shell. Maybe? I mean, maybe that would look cool too, but TOS. Don't know if I want to make it explode outside. I kind of want them to make it... kind of want to just leave it inside as a... I don't know. Just for people who look like, oh, what's inside? So they see something. It's not just like an empty... an empty shell. Okay, let's see. What kind of fungus would look cool? This is nice. I don't know if it's too too recognizably fungus-like, but oh, I remember picking one of these up as a kid. I think it was a golf ball, I think. If someone had been playing golf in a yard or playing with golf balls. I just picked it up thinking it was a golf ball. I got so freaked out. I didn't know if it was gonna be poisonous or anything. So I really freaked out, and I remember that. It must have been like 10. Should we get like fully formed, like capped mushrooms like this? Or should we do one of these more strange looking fungi? Kinda like both. I guess if we're just gonna make him peek from the... and give the viewers a peek and not make it explode out of shell. I guess fungi like this are better. Or maybe like a big group. Like this. Oh, these ones! Oh, these are so nasty. I love that. Oh god. I kind of... I don't know if you guys get trypophobia. I don't know if it's pronounced like that. Where this kind of textures with little holes kind of make you weird you out. It's not like a real fear, but they are weird. The waffle textures. Yeah, it's kind of what it is. Orange spore fungus. Let's try to find that one specifically. Orange. Okay. This might be our winner here. What do you think? It looks both alien and still like kind of recognizably fungus. Are they like flat? I don't know if they're like flat 2D things or if all the pictures are just taken from the flat part. Look at that! That is also super nasty. I love it. God, everybody, there's so many cool fungi. Look at these ones! I should have used this. I should have thought about this long ago. Okay, but it's like the portal, but I want this specific picture. Huh? But I can't see the... Can't really find... some lens fungus. I mean, if you think that if they have cool textures like this, sure. I think that would look like a blob, right? But I like these wrinkly ones. Okay, what should we get, guys? What's the menu of the day? Should we get waffle texture or sponge thingy? Kind of leaning towards sponge thingy. Let's save it up. We're gonna try it on, you know? Oh, there we go. And I'm just gonna do real quick cuts. Since this is gonna be like on the inside. Well, that's bad. This is gonna be like inside. I don't know if we'll do like really clear cut edges. So we'll see what parts we use, what parts we don't. There we go. Let's give it a good old black and white. And I like using this this adjustment layer for black and white when you're transforming a color image, because in this one you can mess with each specific color and how dark or light is going to be on the final picture. So it gives you quite a bit of control, which I like. And this is good. I'm gonna make it as dark because they're not like, there's no pitch black in this image, in the base one. No blues, no red, no cyans, no magentas. Okay. So merge that up, and we're gonna go find our hole here. Just get the contour of the hole, put it as a layer mask. Let's play with it. Looks like cobwebs. Looks like cobwebs a little bit, yeah. Also look like a little bit like a brain or something. I don't know, I like the textures. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. So I'm thinking, yeah, to just make it peek out in this front area. Kind of leave the rest empty. How about that? Something like that. Let's see, what parts can we pick? I think this one is good. Yesterday I started encountering an issue in Photoshop where if I use a custom brush, Photoshop brushstrokes would take forever to process. Custom reopened with this, and so it does happen with certain brushes. There's some brushes that really take some resources from your computer. So try to see if you have a like open your resource manager, see if it's eating up all your CPU when you're using the brush and when it's like loading that. Because there's some big ones or some more complicated ones that do have that effect. Brushing masks over those layers for a pain in the ass. Yeah, it really depends on the brush. There's some custom brushes that people make that are really resource expensive. Okay, how about that? Hang on, let's put it... Since the eyes are open like this, maybe we can even do a little pick behind the eye. Oh, we got a nice texture too in that part. So we can do something like this. Oh, that's pretty cool. The issue mostly happened after using the brush. I'm trying to brush with the standard brush over the custom brush layer. Oh, so if you... Okay, that's weird. It's built like a tank. Yeah, then I don't know. I mean, something similar has happened to me, but I always assumed it was because of the brush being very resource extensive. I didn't look into it that much. So I don't know. Have you looked it up, see if other people have commented on that, having that issue? It's a head scratcher, yeah. That's weird. Okay, how do you like this creepy fungus texture on here? I think it's a winner. Yeah, it does give it something. Like there's something going on inside, you know? It looks like a husk, but still Feels like something's growing inside, or... Okay, let's take a look at the eye, because that's where it's a bit harder. I don't know if to reveal the whole thing inside the eye, then obviously we would add some shadows. I still haven't lit it, I still need to light it. If we did it here, we also need to do it here, sort of. We don't have a lot of space, but I have to do it on a separate layer like this. Oh, I guess it's in a different... It's in a whole different plane. Okay, I'll unclip it from here then. Okay, that works. We can flip it. It's kind of chugging a little. It's like not that big. We're 239 gigabytes, which usually doesn't have any problems. My computer doesn't have any problems with that. I don't know, maybe we have some very large layers that are also smart objects and stuff. I'll see if I can get rid of them later. Okay, so just like a little peek here. We can also move it around in this mask. Maybe find a better one like this. Yeah, that's good. Okay, it's pretty cool. Let's shade it a little. Try to make it look a bit more realistic. Oh, obviously it needs to have the same layer mask. There we go. There we go. So a little bit here. And mostly down here. Okay, here too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna generally darken this whole area. Okay, that's pretty alright. And then on top of this one, I'm also gonna shade it. Okay, I'm liking this fungus direction we've taken it in. Pretty happy with this. Yeah, and I think that ups the weirdness factor. That's kind of what I needed here. I needed some weirdness something that was more than like just a big bug. Because big bug is, I mean, it's scary for some people, but it's not like disturbing scary. It's just kind of weird. And I need something that is sort of disturbing. That's on that side, disturbing scary. Kind of like this one. This one that gives me kind of creepy vibe with the little black eyes here. The shines on the eyes, the teeth and stuff. That worked pretty well. So I think here with the fungus, kind of achieving the same thing. Of just bringing it to that level of offness, so to speak. Yeah, let's see, let's go back to our fungus here. It's a little bit more shade in some parts. Maybe it is a bit too sharp, isn't it, compared to the things around it. So we're gonna do one thing that I discovered works very well to decrease the sharpness in this kind of old picture style. And we're not actually gonna blur it. We are going to give it some noise. So some grain. We're doing a camera raw filter, which, in my opinion, has the best grain. In here in effects, you can do grain, but it's not only grain. This kind of grain, that wouldn't do the effect I was thinking of. But doing grain and increasing its size, look at what it's done. Adding large grain, first it adds that little bit of noise. That works well in old images. And second, it blurs, it reduces detail. So if something is a bit too sharp, I found that using this and using some grain and adding a lot of, making it very large, and you can see as the larger we make it, the more detail it loses. So yeah, large noise and roughness, you can also play with the roughness to decrease that and level of detail. And we can see like the before and after here. It's pretty good. So yeah, I've started doing that, and I think the results are much better than just adding some blur or something. So I'm just trying to make this part here kind of blend with the background a bit better. Oh, it's a bit too dark, is it? It's gonna go with a very soft brush. Another thing we can do is just go here, get a very soft brush on an eraser, just soften this edge a little bit, that will blend with the background. Okay, so far so good. I'm liking this more and more. So let's talk ideas. Let's talk more like what's next here. I'm thinking like something around the mouth, maybe like pincers like a hornet would have. It's a good one. And we could also do the moth look and just have it be hairy and with that little trumpets, that little tongue proboscis thingy around here. That doesn't look very good, but that's the idea. Just to get an idea of what I mean, this specifically is what I mean. That's like what I'd like to add. Something here, because this area is not very interesting right now. It's just kind of, I don't know, missing something. At the very least, what we can do is add more hair. Make it just hairy as hell. I think that's one of the like very basic things we can do. I kind of like the pincers though. We do have some hornet ones we can try on. I also wonder about this, because I still don't understand how this pincer thingy works here. This in the base picture it does look like this is part of the pincer, but it looks weird. Maybe we can remove it. Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter what's realistic or not. It just matters what we like, right? We don't have to be. We don't have to uphold ourselves to any level of realism. We're making a monster. By the way, what is your favorite pop culture monster? And this includes like from the typical ones and the very old ones like werewolves and I don't know, that kind of stuff, to the more modern ones like say Mothman or what's this one that's everywhere right now? Siren Head. Siren Head is a very popular one now. Do you have any favorite ones? British accent. Is that a monster? Or you Germans? That's better. Well, I hope my accent is not too British. I have the weirdest accent. I always say that it's... since I don't have any... You're fine. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear. Since I don't have any specific accent, I just take whatever I want from different accents of English. So I like how the British pronounce a lot of stuff. But I also like yo, like that expression. It's very, I find it very funny to use. It's more French, yeah. I've been told that it's more leaning towards French, which is weird because my main language is Spanish. But my mother's French, so my second language, my second birth language, I guess, is French. So I guess when I learned English, for some reason, I picked up the French accent instead of the Spanish one. I don't know why. Brains are weird. Brains are strange. Oh, you guys, I gotta tell you about something that happened to me yesterday. If you follow me on Twitter, you've seen this. But let me. This is story time, you guys. So I met, like, not really met, but like, internet met, the person that probably is the closest real life equivalent to a movie villain. To like Cruella de Vil. Oh, I've posted this. You might have seen this on True's Discord, because I've talked about it. And it is wild, this story. No, didn't kill anyone, but okay, let me tell you this story. I have some screen caps and everything. Okay, so this comes from my Twitter, because I already did a whole thread on there. So I got contacted by this guy. This is an Instagram DM, and this is so far so good, right? It's a pretty normal thing. It says, "Hi there, I have a potential collaborative project in design and character. Send me your WhatsApp if you're interested." It's a pretty normal thing I would get through Instagram. By the tone of it, I would have said that maybe it's one of those kinds of people that pays you in exposure, which I always say no to as a rule. It's like, no, I'm not going to work for exposure. Anyway, I send him a message and I say, oh, which is what I usually send to these kinds of people. And I said, oh, let me know what you want, and I can give you a price. I mentioned like price up front, so. So yeah, we talk a little bit. Something seems off. So I give him initially. Yeah, I take a look at it. I accept. I take a look at this whole thing. He has 50k followers, so it's pretty big. He's like kind of influencer lifestyle, traveling around, designer clothes kind of deal. Not the kind of person I like personally, but you know, you can work with that. But just to be careful, I decided to do a little check to see if something seemed off about this guy. And so I take a look at his Instagram, you know? And this is the first thing that seems weird to me. He's literally admitting that he's gifting this chief of some tribe supposedly 3.5 million watch, but it's actually a knockoff. So you say, okay, this is pretty unethical. This is it's a big asshole move. You're just saying, oh, this is worth millions, and I'm just gifting it to you. And it's a lie. So yeah, but then you start seeing like some dark stuff on there. Like, okay, is this just posing with dead bodies? Saying it's like some custom from a village? Ooh, okay. But then you get to this. And this is like alarms off. This guy is by the way, a clothes designer. He designs clothes, like very avant-garde, ridiculous looking clothes. And just shows up with this. I say, is that a spine? Well, yes indeed. It is a spine. It is an actual child human spine that is supposedly ethically sourced. So yeah, this guy made a bag out of a human spine. And if you look into it a little bit more, you see some people contacted their salespeople and asked about the spine bag. Because it's like a limited run thing, but she's making several of them, so he has access to several spines. And they asked him, and apparently he says he gets them from his travels, from tribes and shit. So this guy goes around the world, goes to like far off tribes, gives them knockoff designer watches, telling them it's worth millions, in exchange for actual human remains, and then makes bags out of them. This is so creepy. This guy's for real, by the way. Is absolutely for real. Obviously, I told him no. I declined his offer. The offer had nothing to do with his spine bags. But how am I gonna work with someone like that? Yeah, what the fuck? Very sick. Like, this guy is like... I don't know, it's the closest thing I've ever seen to an actual, like, movie villain. It's like a real world Cruella de Vil, but Cruella de Vil didn't not kill people, but didn't use human remains for her clothes. She used puppies, which is still a bad thing, but it's not a child spine. Absolutely sick. Disgusting stuff. So yeah, if you guys work in this kind of thing and get people asking you for work on Instagram, all that kind of stuff, always remember to check up on them. Just do a Google search, see if they make bags out of human children. No. He's like all over his tons of pictures of him. Like, he actually goes there and several times admits that he gives them fake watches and stuff. Which, by the way, let me link to, because there was a thread that really exemplified everything. Well, I'll link to my thread, and in the last tweets, you're gonna also see the thread of, well, one of the threads I found while researching this guy, which goes into detail and gives a lot of examples of this dude's behavior. Yeah, with the corpses. None of those are actual corpses. He has tons of pictures of them. He seems to love them. That's actually durable and high quality. Well, he says that the child had osteoporosis. So that's not a really good sales pitch. If you're selling something made out of human bone, don't say that the human had osteoporosis, because that's not going to be a very durable bone bag. He's just taking the Fight Club soap to another level. Yeah, definitely. That's not gonna work. Yeah, it's not like a useful bag. Also, at you see the bag, the pictures I showed, they had, like, it was spines and skin. The skin was alligator tongue or something like that. Something that's also really creepy. Like, I don't know, it's like villain stuff. Well, actually, that might be pretty good marketing, because it's getting, like, people writing articles about him. He has 50k followers on Instagram. Although the spine thing was discovered because all the articles are written in the last month. It's like a recent story. But if you go and look for the pictures and the stuff, it's from 2016. So he did this back in 2016 and nobody bats an eye. And now, for some reason, somebody, like, rung the alarm or something, and everyone just noticed. He's been doing this for years. Creepy stuff. Yeah, my thing about his marketing, no, he probably thought about it. He probably considered it was a good choice to do this shock marketing kind of thing. Which is, it's disgusting. Kinda wanna move this tube. Kind of feels a bit fake. Let's move it. I think it is this one. There we go. Got it right. God, it's lagging a little, and it's kind of making it hard for me to... There we go. Yeah, but turning down this kind of thing kind of stings a little bit, because you can see the guy is rich. If he wasn't an asshole, he could probably got some good money out of it. Obviously, on the long run, it's not worth it. On the short one, it's just, I would feel terrible collaborating with somebody that does that, but... Oh, McKinsey. Help out shady old companies in Saudi Arabia. Oh, seems like a pair made in heaven, these two. Okay, I kind of want... I'm not getting the right textures. Oh, I'm currently below. Should go in all layers, probably. No, still not. Weird. Oh, there's levels on top. So yeah, everything I do gets filtered. Just makes it a little bit harder. Okay, need like a light gray. It's probably gonna get darkened. There we go. Just wanted to smooth this out, you know? Yeah, that looks better. That's quite better. Let's just call it Fungus 1 and Fungus 2, because then I'll find them easier. Getting the lighting right on this one is a bit harder than I thought. There we go. Thought it was not working. Because I want it to feel like it's inside, you know? Not like it's super surface level. I like it's a bit towards the inside. Although this is kind of surface level. So okay, let's do it like this. Hey Bear, let me know if you're around here. I want to ask you for a picture for the face. If not, it's okay. We'll drop him a DM later. Oh, by the way, I had this idea. If you guys have seen my last stream, we've done a little competition. That was very fun. We hired a few people on Fiverr. Paid them all $5 to do a composite, and we then made a tournament style, like one-on-one between their results until there was one winner. It was actually very fun. You can check it out, it's in the VODs. It should be the first in the VODs. I was thinking, since that went quite well, it would be fun to do a competition among viewers here, among ourselves, among our little community. Not so closed off as the Fiverr one, in which we just gave everyone 3 pictures and said combine them. More of a maybe just light rules so people can have more space to be creative and just do the things they're more used to. So if you're more of a retoucher, you may just use a portrait or something. If you're more of a composite guy, you might do something more composite-like. I don't know. I still don't have the specifics in mind, but I thought it would be fun. It would be fun because a lot of people here are either photographers or just people that are learning or are actually quite good at compositing. So we got a few people that, if they're interested, it'd be fun. Give me $5 and you might never see it again. I was thinking that how we could do this is through donations here, and then yeah, so everybody that can enter can put voluntarily some amount of money, and that goes to the prize pool at the end, and the winner gets that. That's right, that prize pool, just to have a little incentive. So you can see it's not like set in stone, but it's an idea. I thought it could be funny. You know, if you're interested, if anyone here is interested in participating, it's not binding, I just want to know if enough people are interested. Can you do that, Twitch policy? I don't think there would be any problem against doing that. Right? People do tournaments all the time. I'll check it out though, see if there's any problem against it. Okay, let me fix up some of the drawing parts in here. Okay, these edges here, they need a bit more texture, don't they? So I'm just gonna make a new layer, just applied on these little edges. I'm gonna take, thank you Larry Hakela, for this really nice texture brushes that are not definitely made for this, but they are actually very useful to put some texture, and I'm using them in a very large size, so that won't really work. But you see this whole texture thing I did inside? That is only using Larry's brushes. Very useful. Not gonna use pitch black though. I'll use a dark gray. Yeah, just to add a little granularity, I guess, to this whole edge. Okay, that's pretty good. It's a little more texture. Okay. Let's open this up in some areas, because here it doesn't seem to be really applying a lot. Oh, there's not a lot. That's fine. And you know what's funny? There's this little texture here. It was left over from the original picture. And when we put the fungus on here, it matches perfectly and it looks kind of weird. So we are gonna have to take care of that. Whoops, there we go. Oh, need to also open it up here. There we go, now that's well shaded. And just next to the hole here, I do a little clone stamping. Get rid of this. There we go. Just a simple quick thing, but it looked off when it matched exactly with this. Kind of looked like there was a bit of fungus coming out here in a non-realistic way. So right here, I'm really going to the nitty-gritty, very small details. But since this is the part I personally painted, like, this doesn't come from a picture, it's just me with some brushes painting it directly. I want it to look as realistic as possible. Yeah, hopefully it's alright. We got some hair here, looks pretty good. We could add more hair and some other edges. So just take this hair, should be on top here. There it is. We could take some of the hair, especially this one that's floating. There we go. And apply it on some other parts. Just taking a little bit, copying some other place, and so on. Let's see. Over here. These are too light gray, right? Need to be a bit darker to do anything against the background. Because I was thinking of adding them here on the pincer thingy. Let's see, let's put them on, deselect. Yeah, they kind of look good against a light background, but not really against the dark one, as we are learning. Yeah, but a dark brush will do the trick. Okay, we can do this. Do this some other places. I'm thinking more on the face, since we did add a few, but I don't know where they went. Oh, we probably got rid of them and taken away the skull. So let's take this patch of hair here again, and I'm repeating the same one because it's fine. But he's gonna notice. Because if no one reads the text I write for this, I also highly doubt that they'll look closely at stuff like hair. I found it funny because on Instagram you can see like the big differences between social media and websites. That on Instagram nobody really asked or cared about the story I wrote behind this. The most they said, oh, that looks cool. But on Reddit I kept getting comments like oh, and what happened after that? Did they recover the... I was like, I don't know. I didn't write that. And people are asking about more details, and that is flattering, because it means that you got their interest. You did something they enjoyed. Yeah, but I think it's just different audiences and different expectations. And on Instagram, you don't expect to read a story. Reddit is a bit more like that. On Reddit, the other thing you get a lot is smartasses that think that you're trying to trick them. You say, "Oh, you know that's not real. That is photoshopped." Like, yeah, bud, you got it. Whoops, you caught me red-handed. It is a fake. Obviously, I'm never going to try to pass it for real. Some people try to accuse you as if you're trying to pass it for real. So it's always fun to just, if they tell you stuff like, that's not real actually, to just answer like very straightforward, yeah, I made it, I'm the artist, just check out the rest of my stuff if you don't believe me. I do Photoshop. That usually shuts them up real quick. Let's not get this hair, let's get this. Oh, I think yeah, I took this bit of hair and put it here, but I didn't copy it. Actually, might have destroyed the whole hair thingy. Oh no, I moved it. There it is. There you are, bud. Okay. There it is. Why did I move everything? You guys notice when that happened? That was weird. Okay. Now we can have it. We can have both things. Is there then a bit of hair that should belong here? Doesn't look like it. No? Area is empty. Okay, then I did delete a little bit of hair. Unfortunately. Okay, hang on. This needs to be moved slightly. It's kind of hard to get it right now. It was like very perfectly or precisely placed. I think it's to go just nudging it with the arrow keys until I get it right. I think that's better. I think some, yeah, dark here. Okay. Now let's redo what we messed up before. I think it was this batch of hair or something similar. Let's move it around. There we go. That's what I intended. Okay, question for you, chat. If I did more in this series, which I'm going to do more, is there anything you would like to see? Like similar to this, with, I don't know, fishermen, and the other one with archaeologists. Something on that note. Labored layers. Never. Hey, Sirit. Out here calling me out on my bad practices. Yeah, I know. I don't label them enough. But I make so many layers that at some point it's just inefficient to name them all. And I just group them and just name the groups. And if I'm lost and I'm trying to find something specific, because we are right now at 105 layers. If I'm trying to find something specific, I'll control right click on something and it just gives you all the layers. And you usually can, by how they're classified, you can usually find them very quick. So yeah, I don't label them, but I have my ways of getting around the around the mess. I do label when something is done or very close to done. I start labeling more stuff. That way, if I come back to it, I can find myself. And I can see what I did in a more readable way. Yeah, because if I haven't really labeled or organized stuff, and I come back to an edit a while later, I completely forgot how it is and it can be a mess. Here, just adding a little bit of hair to the edges. Just fine hair like this. Add a little texture. These hairy bugs are always gonna be a little bit creepier. That's what we're gonna go for. Let's flip it from time to time. Hey Ender, got any more of those spines? Did you see my tweet? Or did you hear my story before? Oh, that was the wrong tool. Oh, you heard me talk about it. Yeah, it's nasty, isn't it? Creeping the shadows. That's cool, that's cool. Lurkers are always welcome. Yeah, it's a nasty story, isn't it? God, it's one of the... Like, I think this cannot be topped. We already talked about it on stream, if you remember. The conspiracy theorist guy. I thought that would be the peak of weirdness I would be contacted by on Instagram. But no, we just topped that, and I think very little could top that. For those who are just tuning in, and we were talking about before, and I explained the story of how I got contacted by a guy that calls himself a fashion designer and sells bags made out of human spines. Actual, real human spines. Here's a thread I wrote about it, if you wanna catch up. It is wild. This guy just exists in the world. Nope, no, don't move it. There we go. Okay, there are some hairs that are more noticeable when they're repeated. This bundles. This one. So I'll just remove it where I see it, or at least where it's obvious. Here it's obviously mirrored. I'll just take some more generic hairs. And you might be asking why I'm not using a hairbrush, which is something I very commonly use. That's because hairbrushes are more for fuzzy or furry things, but not for the kind of insect hairs where it's Just very few and thick hairs. So that, and the brushes don't really work for that. I tried before and they don't really fit. That cannot be comfortable to hold. Yeah, no, it's a designer bag. It's not something you're gonna carry your day-to-day stuff in it. But still, it's weird, you know. I obviously turned the guy down. He wanted me. The thing he wanted me to do had nothing to do with human spines, but still, I wouldn't feel comfortable associating myself with someone like that. Okay, let's go to pointy sticks. See, I can find my layers. Thank you very much. Okay, still have to mess a little bit with the sticks here and the way they contact the bug. It still doesn't feel natural. Do you need a bit more shadow? Maybe? Yeah, can you imagine just walking around with a bag whose handle is an actual human spine, even if it was fake? Like, okay, let's get rid of the whole ethical dilemma between making clothing out of human remains. Let's assume it's fake. Let's assume it's just a fake bone or plastic or something. Who in the right mind would carry that in the streets? Would carry a bag that looks like bones? How edgy do you want to be? It's ridiculous. And oh, I don't think there's a link to that in the thread I linked. But hang on, because what's the name of the guy? God. Okay, I'm not. Look at his clothing line. I'm gonna link to it because it is bad. It is like, who in their right mind would wear anything from here? And you can see the first thing you can see is like has bones in it too. It is weird. Let me share a screen. Like, this has bones. They don't specify what kind of bones. I don't know if I want to know. Yeah, but who in the right mind would wear this ugly thing? I don't know. What is that exactly? And I saw more about it. About this. Okay, I think there's more here. Look at this. Look at this. It's like just literally a pile of scraps that this guy is wearing on himself. Somebody again, shreddy. Yes, birds on their heads, scraps on their torsos, and human bones on their hands. It is weird. It's closed for people who sit down. it's closed for villains, for like Disney villains. Like Cruella de Vil, the villain from what's the name in English? 101 Dalmatians, I guess. Yeah, she would be thrilled about this guy. Be like, this guy got the right idea. And I would, yeah, that's better. I can see that better. Okay, I feel like we still need something on the face zone. I'm gonna take this for the leg here. Gonna make it smaller. Choking it a little bit when I'm doing this. Not for other things, when I'm doing this, it does. It's actually a normal hoodie, but his brain is so big. Exactly. Now, if you look at the guy, it's actually quite wimpy looking. Could beat him in a fight. If it came to that. Like, what you should do is get all the people, all the like tribe leaders and shit that he's ripped off by gifting them fake watches that he claims are worth $3 million. Just contact all of them, gather a really big mob, and go to his house. That'll be a fun little thing to do, fun little activity. Just go to his house with 100 tribesmen. Just text tribe leaders. I mean, they must have a Facebook or something. I bet a lot of them actually do. We need a little shadow on this part. Shoot him an email. Get a little conference call going. Oh, that is too strong. There we go. Oh, got some hair here. It was lost in the cuts. Can recover it. Hey Min, Orion, how are you doing? And hey Reddit! Whole gang's here. How are you doing? We're making a cursed image. For those that are new here, this is actually a second part. The first one being this couple of pictures. And the idea, or the whole thing behind this is pictures with little stories behind them. So adding a little narrative to some really cursed looking pictures. And with all of that, building a little story, a little universe of my own. Because yeah, if you see all the stuff I do, you can take links down below. My usual tone is not this one. I'm not usually doing scary stuff, creepy stuff, things in black and white, old pictures. It's like way outside my usual stuff. I'm excited for it, even if it's just a one-off thing, and after this series I just come back to my usual tone. I think this is just a fun little departure. Yeah, we still haven't written the story for this one. This one still needs a story, and I'm kind of thinking about it. I think I'm gonna write it from the perspective of a news article from a local newspaper. So like a little column, like curious things that happen in this small village in the coast of America in the year 1910, something like that. Same with picture like most for a recent set. What did you shoot? You're gonna make me hungry again. Oh, we got some decent bodied hairs here. Let's go and find them. Put them back where they belong. There we go. It's some Johnny cakes. What are Johnny cakes? Looking it up. Oh, that's good. It's kind of like thicker pancakes, right? Gonna add some shadow on the back of the wing here. I have cornmealing them. Oh, actually that sounds delicious. See, you're making me hungry. I knew it. When Reddit here drops in chat, it's always to make us hungry. Yeah, are they the ones you sent, or did you get pictures from the internet for that? Well, it looks like it. It's two of them. It's kind of hard to decide, because I really like the second one where the syrup, I don't know if it's syrup or honey, it's flowing down. The syrup or honey is flowing down. That looks really cool. I also really like the the fork on here. You know what I would try if I were you? Actually combine these two, the last ones, because I really like this one for like a base, or even combine the first and second ones. That could also work, and just get the drip, the honey dripping, the syrup. Sorry. Get this, like the syrup flowing, and combine it with the other one. It should be like fairly easy since the background is pretty much the same. And maybe like slightly different exposures, but if you just get the syrup on a second layer. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the one what I like most about this one is like the syrup flowing. It also looks cool flowing on here, but I like it like with a big bite on it too. So just choose one of these two and get the syrup from the second one. That's what I would do. That's my opinion. You can take it or leave it, man. How's the base looking, Ender? Need to see a picture of that. So, for context, Ender was tempted by me on the last stream or a few streams ago to go and play some Minecraft. And stretch those Minecraft muscles. And he started making a real cool base real quick, actually. So that's what I'm asking for. What's the rest of the shadows? I thought there were more. Hang on. Did I delete something? No, it wasn't here. I think I actually accidentally got rid of some painted shadows, which kind of sucks because now I gotta kind of paint them again. Yeah, then it's a good opportunity to practice that. If you want to have my take on it, I can using the Imgur Impress pictures, but I can give you my own attempt at it. I don't know when I deleted this. I had done this whole thing before where I added some black here to the edges. I've done it in a separate layer and just deleted that at some point without noticing. I don't know when that happened or how that happened, but it must have happened. Okay, we need some sort of contrast here on the antenna, because it's kind of hard to distinguish which is which. Yeah, that looks better already. Same on the other one, actually. But I swear I did this before. Must have deleted the layer. Oh, you know, accidents happen. Let me see that base. Looking good. Damn, that's big on this side. Okay, be straight with me here. How many hours have you spent on this? At least 10? Oh, that's good, that's good. You're quick. I might be a very slow player when playing Minecraft. There we go, we did some shadows that had probably been done before at some point, but there we go. A little bit on the hair. That is good. Looks better. Managed to get a builder block. What's a builder block? That's something new? I don't remember that one. Oh, is it mod thing? Okay, mods, if mods help speed it up, then it's, I understand it. I never really played a lot of mod Minecraft. Back in the day, well, I just didn't know how to mod it. And when I messed around a bit more with it, it was probably like at the end of the time, at the end of the moment in time I played Minecraft, so didn't get to enjoy it a lot. Okay, more things. We have a to-do list here. We already did something inside, so that's something to cross our button. That's something to cross off. Creepy textures. So I think the only thing we're missing is like something on the face. And then we'll just take this and transplant it to the second picture, which is, that's the wrong one, that's this one. Fairly similar angle. We'll probably have to get rid of this, guys, but it's just to have two pictures of the same thing. I think that heightens the effect, like this one. In this one you have two, and it serves two purposes. First, it kind of heightens the effect of it being more real, because you're seeing it at two pictures, two slightly different angles. I'm going to change some stuff to make the angle look different. So just helps with realism. And second, it helps us tell the story in little bits. So you can present it in different ways, but you can put like a little paragraph, one picture, another paragraph, one picture, and a closing one. And that way it's just not like a block of text and a picture next to each other. It's not thing from Earth Tools. Oh. That is cool. Pack I'm using has 250 mods. I'm turning this thing into a handbag. Well, you know, some people are creative, I guess. If someone's turned the human spine into a handbag, you can also turn a big bug into it. There might actually be a fitting end to the story. Like they scrapped it for parts and made bags out of them. And they sold them as souvenirs. Okay, so oh, face texture. I think that's like the one last thing I want to do before I call this finished is something on the face. So let us pull up our little browser thingy. Okay, so we got this one we didn't use, this one we didn't use, this one either. Yeah, we just used this one. So I already saved it. Got a lot of... Oh, this one I'm saving because I definitely gonna try to use this one in a future one. What a horrible looking wasp. It's so cool. And these are pictures from Bear. Bear Thunder, you might know him from chat. Has real cool macro shots. I might ask him for this one, but first, do not bother him. I'm gonna be looking for, I guess that's a moth, so moth face or something like that. we're gonna be doing label for reuse and large. Hopefully there's some large ones. Okay, I want one of them with the little tongue thingy. That's kind of what I want to add. It has to match the angle too. That might be the hard part. It has to be like 3/4 angle. This one would be good if it had that little tongue thingy, but it's probably covered by the ice. Well guys, have you ever seen a rosy maple moth? Because they're coolest kind of moths. Take a look at this bad boy. Look at this guy. Isn't it the cutest moth? It's so tiny too. It's literally pink and yellow. It's so weird that this is like natural colors for a thing. Uh-oh. I might have to increase that even more. It's saving up so many points. Look at this little boy. Sorry, I'm getting carried away by rosy maple moths. Just keep moving the line. Exactly. That is not a moth. Oh, these moths are super cool too. Luna moths, they're called. Look at this boy. That's the prettiest wings. That is not a moth either. Google, what the hell are you giving me? There's not... Oh no! Who made a rat sandwich? Can we talk about this? You seen this? Poor little rat. Got made into a sandwich. Oh, beautiful eyes. Kind of looking at them for the mouth parts, and this one is kind of interesting. But they wouldn't really fit here because they go downwards. Secret ingredient. I think that got outcast image you. Yeah, definitely. Random question. Do you have any specific techniques for artificial rim lighting? It's honestly... For me, it is just painting. It is okay, let's go to our bug here. Let's put a layer on top like this. I'll usually just use a normal layer and paint some lights. You get a soft brush, a very, very soft brush. Better if the opacity is controlled by the pen pressure if you got a tablet. And I'm painting in black, there we go. I'll just go very softly and it's kind of like just doing a painting. Honestly, actually here, rim light doesn't really make a lot of sense. Also we're in black and white. Another thing you can try is doing the same thing but in overlay or soft light. Overlay if you want like a very striking thing, soft light will usually give it a more realistic results. And sometimes you can even try a combination of those. So you can do a little, and okay, this is not a really good example picture because we are in black and white. So let's actually just open a different thing. Give me a sec. Okay, let's go to... I don't know, whatever. First one I found. I have taken a really heavy one, but... So, this is our Phil and Linda, by the way. They're our channel mascots. Let's take Linda here. And let's just take a clean slate Linda. With no lighting at all. So we're putting them on top. Obviously there's some pretty messed up light and stuff, but let's say we want to do a rim light around here. The way I would usually do it is in this case, for example, I would do a soft light and do like a first approach. But for example, if you're trying to do overlay or soft light on something that is black, it'll just have a hard time. So maybe in the black parts here, you do a normal below it. That way the soft light you're doing takes hold on that while you're painting. So you can just paint it and then reduce the opacity until it looks good to you. And just combining these two approaches, like maybe I'll also paint a little wide on normal here on the very edge. Just combining these two approaches, you'll usually get a pretty good result. And it's also a lot about thinking of how the light would wrap around the object. And that's usually how you get your most realistic rim lights, because if you just do a light like this around the whole edge, it will usually not make a lot of sense. But if you think about where the light should be placed and kind of wrap it around, like say we see this claw here and the finger that goes further. So maybe you'll expand it a little bit on the finger if you think that the light would catch onto this part. And if you follow the three-dimensional object and try to think about how light wraps around it, you usually get a more realistic result. That's what I would do. I don't know if that helped. Let me know. Usually the ways I do it, the edge is normal, the feather is soft light, combine it in a glow layer. Just never happy with this. Well, that's, yeah, okay, that's basically how I do it, yeah. It's, I think more than the technique itself, it is about how you do it, is about trying to wrap realistically around the object. So maybe, depending on where the light would come from, maybe it would keep wrapping around up to here. Let's say, just to give an example. So you might try to continue into the layer itself. You just found a Portal 2 musical and that's actually solid? Actually, let's see if I remember to clip that later. Because that way I'll have some little explanations, little tutorials for people who come in. To direct them. Yeah, a thing that a lot of people forget when doing photo manipulation and doing compositing is that it's to me, it's closer to painting than it is to photography. Because in photography, you're trying to capture. In painting, you're trying to create, and you're trying to get realism. So I think in that sense, it's closer to painting. And a lot of painting and drawing techniques really translate well to photo manipulation. It's kind of hard to explain, but to me, this is like painting. But instead of using brushes and colors, I'm using pictures and textures as my brushes. That's how I see it, at least. The Whitley voice is so good. Andrew, you gotta send me a link. You can't just leave me hanging. If there's a Portal 2 musical, I gotta hear it. Oh, we were looking at bug faces. That's a weird thing to say. I'll save this for later. Thank you very much. It's actually like full production. I love it. Give it a listen. Okay, let's see if we find any good bug faces to use here. So moths usually have this very, very slim face. Butterflies? Butterflies do have that little spiral thing in the mouth. Oh, that is creepy. Actually, butterfly face might be what we're looking for. Let's try. It's entirely parody musical. Well, they better sing the one at the end. What's the name of that one? A Still Alive one? One they play at the end of Portal. Think about something like this. Let me see. Yes! That is perfect. Ah, you did a remarkable job. Really good. Yeah, I think that just takes the best of both worlds. You had one with a little drip going, and you had the other one with the fork and the bites. There's a little bit more stuff happening. Good job. 1 2 guns, Still Alive is Portal 1. Oh, true. Oh, true, that Portal 2 also had this other one. Oh, I know this one. It's in Animal Crossing. The human-faced... I don't know what the name of it in English could be. Tinte in Spanish. Need a better angle. I kinda want this little part here. That's what I want for the face. I can't seem to find a good one with the right angle and also like close enough to the face. What? That freaked me out for a second. I've played some Space of Fury, so that's... Well, they share a lot of common things, those two villains. Hey, look at this! This is an ant face. Okay, I think I'm giving up on the butterfly tongue thingy. How about pincers then? How about something like this? That could be cool, right? We got... Let me try to find a picture, because I think I kept it. Or a copy of it. Or maybe I didn't. Hang on, it must be on the downloads folder. God, my downloads folder is so large. Because I'm always downloading pictures for stuff, and a lot of pictures that I don't use. There's probably like months of old pictures on here. So trying to find one specific one can be really annoying, even if you have them sorted by date. This case I'm not really finding it, actually. Trying to look for a picture of a hornet. The one we used for the hair. I know it should be around here, but... Oh, it's this one. It was just in black and white. Okay. And it also has a blend diff. There we go. This hornet is pretty good. Who is this one? Get rid of this mouth. Smart filters. Clear. There we go. Well, has pretty good pincers. Could fit well here. Even if in a larger size or something. Let's get a rough cut. Once we're happy, we'll place them. Let's get this whole plate too. I don't know if I'll use it, but... Oh, that was a bad cut, you know, guys. Well, it is something. It's a beginning. So what bothers me about this specific pincers is that they don't really... They go very vertically. They just go down, and down is the ground, down is the water, so I don't know if it would really fit unless we just took them and put them up really high, like this. I don't really love this too much. Kind of looks like a surgical mask. This guy's getting protected. Okay, let's see if we find a good picture of pincers. Kinda like this one. Pretty scary one. See, ants have pincers, right? Oh, some of these are scary as hell. Look at this one! It has a smaller ant! Oh my god. That's just Carl. Hey Carl. It's Mitch. Yeah, let's try wasp. Or, this one has pretty good pincers. And pincers with a C, right? Yeah. Oh no, this one is dead. You think it's okay? Yeah, I was struggling with them a little because I wanted to be like surface, like at this, like going up to the surface a little bit, like this. Like this ones look good, I think, but this ones I've been making them brighter, making them darker all the time. I'm still not 100% sold. We can give them like a dollop of darkness to the whole thing, so the darkness, so the shadows keep just everything a little bit darker. Let's see. It's fungus one. This the shadow layer. F1 was going. I like the feathered highlight on the right one. You mean like this brighter area here? I'm gonna get like a big one. I'm just gonna add the lip like this. Yeah, we can like yeah, that's actually a good point. We can get into the specifics here and add like, huh. It's not really adding a lot. It's like 100% opacity. Oh, can just go several times. Yeah, just adding shadows more specifically to each little strand. Just have a couple of them highlighted and the rest kind of in shadow. Oh, hang on. Okay, it's because it's got a mask, and the mask it's also always also messed with, or kind of retouched the mask in some places. So, what kind of things do you make, Sirit? So I'm always happy to see more people doing this and hanging out on Twitch. It's very few of us. I think we're getting there. Yeah, I think that's looking way better. Commercial retouching. Oh, let me, if you have an Instagram or any social media, let me see them. But we got a lot of commercial retouchers, and that is more common on Twitch. Okay, let's see. There's a lot of steps here, so we might not really be able to see the before and after. You can see like a middle step. Yeah, I think it's looking a bit... There's a bit more depth to it now. I might add a little shadow on here, just to bring them more or less the same tones. Oh, it's my personal website. Let me see that. Oh, that's fantastic. How do you make this? This is so cool. Those little textures, though. That is really good, mate. Oh, I love this one. They blended the skin with background. Just have the rest shine. That is so good. I wish you had social media so I could follow up on the things you do. So that's very good. It's on the to-do list. Well, let me know if you do. Because might not be the biggest expert on this, but I think your stuff would be really appreciated on, like, your more artsy stuff. Would be really appreciated on social media and would probably get you more of those types of jobs. It's like not like an immediate thing. It's like takes a while to grow a little following, but and I say that as someone who also doesn't really like social media. But I think art, social media is very different, at least in my brain, to like the rest of social media, because I'm not like out there sharing personal stuff. Like sharing the stuff I do and things I love, and I don't know, it feels kind of different. It also feels very personal, and you really take to heart every like little criticism you get and that kind of stuff. You really gotta be careful with that, but so I think it's it's a good thing, because it like gets your stuff out to so many people. Imagine posting regularly. I do. I like the only place where I post like regularly is Twitter right now, because I don't know, it's like more like just my opinion or little thing or things I like that I just might find on the research process. I just share on there. I should be a bit more active on Instagram. It's just that I don't really like Instagram as a social media. It's where I have most of my followers, so I gotta use it. Got some funky edges here. Let's go to the very base of the bug. Let's get a little shadow right below the... Oh no, actually... Okay. So I gotta think how this little antenna actually works in 3D space. Because it looks like it could be either going down, like it's like nearly touching the water here. It could also just be a perspective, like just coming towards us, so it's like a bit higher, and that would make more sense with the reflection I made. And with this one, I think we could cut a little bit from here. It will help with that. Or not, but we can see. Really bad at having the spare energy to do artistic work after doing a whole day of production assets. Yeah, I get that. I mean, at the very least, you got a backlog to share. You have stuff already done. You can start with that. Okay, let's try and get some good pincers on here. Something just to give it that last little touch of weirdness. Do you ever stream, Sirit? There's a whole like photography retouching community, and it's always good to have more people. Let's look for insect pincers in general. Oh, I've seen this in Animal Crossing. Oh, and I've seen this actually using them on me when I was a kid. It really freaked me out. And that hurts like hell. description of whoever posted the huge bug with giant whack-off wings and pincers. Found you through Shu. Yeah. Yeah, he raided me before, so I must be hosted on his channel right now. You stream from time to time. I get friends and get follow instructions. I'm not really a streamer. Oh, that's cool. Let me, hang on. Give you a follow. Wanna miss it if you do. There we go. Hopefully I got you next time. Animal Crossing turning everyone into an entomologist. Definitely, everyone's now recognizing all types of bugs. And it's actually cool because it really represents a lot of bugs and it's quite precise with them. And you can also get a little few facts about them when you're donating them to the museum. So it's actually quite a good entry-level thingy to learn a little about bugs. Maybe get a little less freaked out about them. Although tarantulas in that game are super scary. Even though they don't, like, the stakes are not that high, the most they're gonna do is like bite you and you just pass out and appear in front of your home. But still, the way they just run super quick towards you, it is very scary. Okay, I'm not getting any close-ups here. Just want the pincers. Let's get a hornet. Face. Let's see if we can find anything. Because those usually have some pretty good pincers. I need like 3/4 view. Is wasp and hornet the same thing? Or do they refer to two different types of wasps? Because in Spanish there's only one. There's only avispa. Works for everything. Oh. That is not what I was looking for. There we go. Yeah, it seems like the same pictures. Hornets are bigger. Okay. Like that, but the tarantula wasp is hella big, and it's a wasp. Well, let's actually try to get a tarantula wasp. I don't know if we'll get any close-ups. By the way, arachnophobia warning, y'all. There'll be a lot of spiders from here on out. No, it's just getting me a lot of tarantulas. Tarantula don't care. I love the titles. We'll put on their pictures. Really a lot from the tarantula wasp. Both are equally evil. Yeah, they're definitely the chaotic evil of the animal world. Yeah, not a lot. one could kind of work, but it's the same. So we already got a pretty good one on that angle, which I showed before. I don't know if it really works, because it's pointing down. So yeah, maybe wasp pincers are not. Oh, that is not the right layer. Definitely not. Maybe wasp pincers are not the right ones. I don't think we can turn this, because this is the right angle and stuff. It's a good perspective, but... And obviously, warping them won't really look good. I could get some open pincers. That would be perfect. I don't know, maybe ants out of the way? Maybe ants are what we're looking for. Because they have these two separate pincers, not like the wasp ones that are closed. Well, some of them do, I guess, but... Could be. I need to turn it. This could be more or less the angle. What is this? What is this bug? I'm finding so much out about bugs by doing this series. So many fascinating bugs. What the hell is this? Just a piece of lawn on her back. El chupacabra. The good old angle chase. Yes, definitely. And every so often I'll go to Blender and try to learn a little bit, and I won't get very far each time I try. Yeah, but a little 3D just to get that very specific thing in that very specific angle. ZBrush? Haven't tried a ZBrush. I only tried Blender actually. Well, look at this. Look at this bad boy here. Good work. And the pincers are looking good. And it's Pixabay, so... Ah, it's too long in. Hang on a sec. Okay, that should work. Let's see if this is the right one. Need to model a bit. Yeah, forgot everything except from 3D fundamentals. Well, that's at least something. It's rough to learn. Yeah, it's definitely a steep learning curve. We got a little out of focus here, but let's see if it works. Hang on. I'm stupid. This is feathered. It won't look good. Just get it. 1 pixel feather. Yeah. Well, let's just do it. Rough cut. Won't look good, but just want to see if it matches. It is very shiny, and I'll need to reduce that shine quite a bit. Not really. Hang on. Still have one ace up our sleeve. Just... We can't do this too much. Yes, obviously that starts to be noticeable once you do it enough, but... Yeah, this might not be it. I was hoping it would be it, but... Where's Bear when we need him? Bear, if you're here, hit my call. I need a picture of a moth face. It's really cool. Okay. I think it's gonna need some tuning, but I think this could work. I'm not gonna call it a victory yet, but it's very black. Need to mess with that black and get it to match the rest. It's not gonna be very easy. Need to really reduce the output here. And increase the contrast if possible. Oof, that's too much. Oh, it's a smart layer, so we can come back to this. Now let's do a little cut. Let's see where we can take this. And if it doesn't collaborate, we'll have to throw it away. You know, it's 90% of this is trial and error. Especially if you don't have your pictures already prepared and stuff. It's you have to rely on what other people have shot. Can be rough. Put it up here now. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. It's a little turning. Okay, now for the inside. Love the threshold adjustment layer for the initial tone corrections. Yeah, especially if you're doing black and white like this. So you have to play around a lot with that contrast, that threshold. At least as a first approach. Yeah, but this is like, the base one is so dark. That if we're gonna make it work, we're gonna need to paint a lot of lights and shadows. That's why I'm not so thrilled about this one. Oh, this goes up to all the way here. I don't know what's up with this Airseer. Don't really fit, so we'll just got up to this point. Yeah, that's yeah, I mentioned it when that was the first thing I I thought about when I got it. It's gonna have to reduce those highlights a lot. Yeah, that might save it, that the material being different. Also, I blend it like this a little bit. Gonna need a lot of messing a lot of messing with. This will take care of a lot of the specular highlights. I think since we've reduced so much the threshold in the dark parts, like it's become so flat, we need to add a little shadow of our own. Let's give it back some depth. You know, before we go forward with this pincers, since it's gonna be hell to make it work, I'm gonna keep looking a little bit for pictures. Sometimes you end up finding something, and instead of doing the Google search with the filters like we've been doing, like for label for reuse, let's look in specific pages like Pixabay. Some of them are the same, obviously, because that Google search includes stuff like Pixabay then. Unsplash. Inserts. Oh, that's two S's. The crab mouth is not that bad either. Oh, this bad boy is scary. Oh, that's not too much. Very few pictures here. No, Wikimedia might be a good resource for this. I love Wikimedia. So underused, so underappreciated. It's all open access pictures, like at least Creative Commons reusable pictures. And the quality of the pictures might not be the best thing, but if you want this very specific things, it is great. Every pixel, I haven't heard of that one. Oh, that's a new one. I'll add it to my growing collection. Yeah, let's look for... Let's try it out. And you can... okay, free only. And these are from Pixabay, so... That's not giving me that many. But I'll save it to my big list. God, it's getting so large. Okay, Wikimedia, onto my rescue. Inserts. It's only giving me the tool. Kind of hit and miss for Wikimedia, and you get a lot of stuff like documents and kind of shit, but that's a lot of documents here on pincers. Let's get and close up. Let's see if we can get some macro. That's the thing though, with it's kind of hard to find a very good macro photography that's just released for free use. Because obviously if you're a macro photographer, you just don't have, like, it's a very expensive type of photography. You obviously don't want to release all of that for free. Look at this poor little beetle. Being harassed. What's that? Ooh. Oh, amber. Amber, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and also ants are, like, even within bugs, so tiny. I guess this is like a microscope lens at this point. Oh, I would love this without the amber. Oh, that just gave me an idea. For this same series, since we're doing a lot of stuff with bugs, we should do something with amber. Gotta note that down. Like something encased in amber. Obviously only using old pictures and stuff like the others. Noted it down. It's a very bad pen, but whatever. At least we came out of this with some inspiration. At the very least. This is metal. This is an actual thing. Sorry for getting sidetracked. But there's spiny ants. I think that exists. I love them. They're like battle ants. They look like they have a saddle ready to ride. It's like a metal ant. Yes, I've seen those. They're very good. Yeah, like Ant Wars. It's crazy stuff. I love spiny ants. That's another thing I'm noting down. It can give me a good base for another insect in the future. Since I guess the two insects we've done so far come from a different source. The first one we did, this is the cocoon from a moth, and this is the shell of a cicada. So we are, the two ones we've done at least, have different sources, have different like base bugs, so to speak. So yeah, the next ones we can do something with these metal ants. Oh yeah. I'll save this picture actually. Not a lot of ant close-ups though. Disappointing. This was on the closer. It's also not very large. Oh! It's salivating! Oh, I wish this was a bit more in focus! That is great. Discovering so many different bugs. Like, I just enjoy looking at these. Or even if I'm not gonna use like 90% of them. Oh, that's a great bug. And this one too. Oh, hang on. Hang on a second. Good size. Maybe a bit of a harsh angle, but it could work. It's also not entirely black, which is something exciting. Let's see, does this guy have any other... Oh, these are other bugs, other perspectives. Okay, that is perfect. Hopefully. I will see the angle. Sometimes it's hard just when looking at the picture to gauge like if that's gonna be the exact right angle. Okay. Let's hope for the best. This one also has this kind of hairs. There's probably some important function to them. Okay, it's also gonna be quite easy to separate it from the background. That's what we're gonna use. Get rid of this. Oh, yes. Okay, yo, I think we found our pincers. They're not like the shape I was looking for at first. I think it's gonna work. It's gonna work out. Yeah, I'm happy with this. It's also like a color I can work with. This is like just, okay, let's compare it to these without any filters on them. Look at this, there's like no contrast here. Goes from black to white immediately. I love the shape of them though. But here, look at this is beautiful. Sorry if I get excited. Well, sir, you know what I mean. Like, you know this feeling of having the right picture. Let's let Photoshop do a little of the work for us. A little bit more tolerance, and we'll fix it up. We'll fix Photoshop's mistakes. I'll keep the hair that it lets me keep. Talking about bugs, there's a mosquito flying around me, looking for its next tasty prey. Yeah. Okay, we'll ease this edge in. Let's try to blend it in a second. Oh, there we go. Let's do a little of this. Let's let Photoshop do a little edge detection here. So it gets us a bit sharper edges and shift the edge towards the inside. Oh, that's not very good. Oh, I guess it's also doing this, so that's bad. We'll fix that up manually. Oh, we're losing a little edge here. I'll recover that. Hard brush, pretty small. And then we'll just do a little color layer to get rid of the blue. Very tiny amount of blue. Well, I guess... yeah, who cares about the color? What am I saying? You can just... let's do a black and white filter this time, because this way we can... oh, I love this. It's much better. There we go. Yeah, we got a lot of highlights too that we need to take care of. But this is gonna be way, like, please easier than the pincers we had before. That's why I'm happy. So, since we're gonna get rid of a lot of the specular highlights, here, and maybe these hairs too, probably, I'm just looking to match the main part, like trying to make this part look more like this or this. It doesn't matter if it's slightly different, because you can argue it's different textures and the colors could be different, but more or less at least. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I was trying to do a color layer to get rid of the blue edge, and obviously it wouldn't really matter. But so there might be a little edge, little bright edge here that we can reduce, and that is not the right color. There we go. In some parts, but in most of the image, it's actually pretty fine. Okay. Specular highlights, I'm coming for you. And this is how we're gonna approach this. I think what I'm gonna do to get rid of the specular highlights, first I'm gonna ease this in a little bit. Let's get a good old color, or even a whole texture. So I'm not just painting with a color. I'll copy the full bug. I just want its face, but I'll copy the full bug base layer. I'll just do it. Gotta find my pincers now. I don't know where I placed them. There we go. Okay. So that's just a base bug. I'm gonna just make it into a single layer. Okay, now I'm just gonna apply it to the pincers and move it around. I just want the textures from the face part. There we go. And I'm gonna apply this only to the brightest parts of the underlying layer. So we just do a blend if. We pull it a little. Kind of ease it in like this. Reduce the opacity. Now play with the mask a little. Usually I do this with a brush. And actually, instead of... I'll do it the other way around. Usually I just do this with a color and a brush. But since I don't want to lose a lot of texture, I'll just brush it in with those face textures, so we still get something in exchange for those highlights. Between that and messing with the mask of the pincers, trying to match it, I think we'll get it. We'll get there. I'll keep this here. you know, more hair is always better when we're talking about making creepy bugs. Okay, that brings us, I don't know, halfway there. Still got some very bright hairs here. And I don't know if I'll get rid of them entirely. Because they're very, I don't know, they're strange hairs, but I'll finish it up with a little brush. And just do this manually if we need to do a little bit of blend if, like we did for our layer below it. We'll do it, but this is just painting at this point. I have become a painter, digital artist. I'm sorry. It's time to bring out my French accent. Become a very snobbish artist. I think photo manipulation is a bad thing. Hey! Ethan's Brewerton. Brewerton, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Thank you. How did you find me? I don't think we've met before. Struggle so long with graphic tablet since I'm left-handed. Oh, yeah. I think there's like a left-handed mode for them, right? Where you just turn them around. Hello, Ethan. I was in Twitch looking for folks making monsters. Well, you've come to the right place. I'm making a bug thing, and my thing is photo manipulation. So this is all made by combining pictures. And I'm using mostly old pictures, at least for the base one. And the rest of the pictures I'm trying to make them look old to match with the base. The first thing I've done in this sort of series is this one. Okay, pull it up a little. So I made this one, which is a couple pictures actually. And they all come with a little story, so I'm trying to do like a mix of visual and written storytelling with them. Kind of making a little Lovecraftian thingy. That's what I'm going for. Yeah, I'm glad it caught your eye. Tablet's not the issue. Keyboard and Photoshop shortcuts are. Rebind your hopeful. Oh, okay, I get it. I hadn't thought about that. That makes sense. That would be so uncomfortable to use. It's just I have muscle memory and I don't even think about it. Photoshop shortcuts. Actually, I think so little about them. Sometimes I just do shortcuts randomly. I don't know, and I changed the tools without really thinking about it, and then I realize I'm on the wrong one. Happens to me more frequently than willing to admit. It's ready to run. Yeah, for sure. Enjoy your meal. And thanks again for the raid. Okay, where were we? Our pincers. We're making pincers for this little monster friend. I think it's like the thing it needed to, I don't know, bring the creepiness level up. So we're playing with textures. I'm trying to reduce those really white hairs here. My biggest enemy is the Windows key. It also me fumble a lot with shortcuts. Or do the classic, you're trying to do X to change the main color here of the two you have saved. And instead of that you press C for crop, and then you try to draw something and it does this. And it starts loading a crop, and that is infuriating, and it happens to me so much. You'd think I'd learn how to not do it, but let's bring this below because it's like above every other layer. There we go. That's above the bug. Makes more sense. Crop tool. Yeah, actually changing the shortcuts and putting the crop tool somewhere else might be a good solution. But then you'd have to move another thing, and I have very few personalized shortcuts. I have control and the button that's right and diagonal control to make a smart object, and shift to undo the smart object, rasterize. Because I do a lot of I mess around a lot with smart objects. Then I have Control Shift G for Gaussian blur, Control F for flip, because I like flipping to see if things still make sense. And oh god, I'm so glad it makes sense, because I don't think I flipped this one yet. The whole time I've been making it. So I'm glad it still fits. Okay. I got... Control Shift P, but that's like an uncomfortable one to make. You need both hands to get Puppet Warp going, because I use that a lot. You've unbinded crop tool? Yeah, that would actually make sense. I never use the C for crop tool. I need to take a look and unbind a few of the annoying ones. There's also, okay, another one I do a lot is, and it's kind of harmless, so I don't really think about it. But Control R for rulers and Control T for transform. I always try to do Control T from transform and hit the R and the rules back and forth. But that one's not that annoying because it's just the rule. It doesn't really matter. Okay, this hair is here. This with a dark gray, and only apply that to the bright ones. Well, hang on, because there's some more stuff on this layer. I want to do a blend diff for the whole thing, so I'll delete it from here, and I'll do that on a separate one because we have 115 layers. What's one more? Something similar. Control Z and Control T. Oh, okay. Yeah. You mistake Control Z for Control T. That's a muscle memory thing, not a fat fingers thing then. When you're in transformation mode, you can't Control Z, so I'm always confused as fuck. Yeah. Oh, another pet peeve. Since we're doing pet peeves today, when you change your brush mode to like overlay or whatever, you do your thing, and then you forget to change it back, and it stays on overlay, and the next time you're trying to, I don't know, mask something, it doesn't work, and you're desperate, like, what is going on? And it's all the time. I'm glad I can talk to somebody about this. I'm glad someone understands me. Always forget to click on my mask. Yes, definitely. or you just have black and white brushes, and you're meaning to use those on the mask, and you use them on the main layer. That's always annoying. I guess if underlying layer is dark, don't put it on. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Let's give them a little. There we go. Little 3D there, little shadow on the bottom. Also leave the pixel grid on, and it is annoying. I make it annoying for a purpose, because I know if I see the pixel grid, I'm like, oh, this is too close. I'm doing this for nothing. Like, nobody's gonna see something that's that close. So that's why I leave the pixel grid on. And it gives me a little reminder that nobody will care about that. You forget to press enter and it's stuck in this. Oh yes, and you have to accept. This is so validating, you guys. Oh, this doesn't make a lot of sense. There we go. Just give them a little depth. So not like black tubes. This is probably like for nothing. Adding depth to these areas because it's so small, but I could just paint them black and forget about it, but still. Sometimes I'm kind of a maniac with this kind of stuff. I like to have everything thought about. All right. Maybe a little less reflection on here. And you always have to wonder at what point am I editing a picture and what point I'm painting something new. And you're getting into details like this. You know what, I kind of like working on black and white, because you can get away with a lot more just direct painting. Because you only have to think about values, you don't have to think about getting the color right. So if, for instance, this whole part here, and if you get close you can see that, but this whole inside and this whole edge is painted by hand. And I believe, maybe I'm wrong, but it's not really that noticeable. The inside of the eyes is also done by hand. It's a lot of stuff like that. Okay, I'm pretty happy with these pincers, where they're at. They do need a little shadow, just to round them off. Some lower areas here. Over here. Not here. Okay, pretty good. feel like the background is a bit too deep. Maybe that's to the stream. On the pincers themselves. Maybe. It's, you know, it's kind of hard to judge sometimes where you should put like the darkest blacks. Because on old pictures. Because, okay, let's just look at this old picture and let's actually get rid of the bug. Just get the original. By the way, this is a bit of a whale. They fucked up this whale. Anyway, if you look at this picture, first glance, very low contrast, right? And it's true, there is very, like in general, very low contrast. Specifically in some parts of the picture, it's super low, the difference between the brightest and the darkest colors. But then there are some very specific points where that looks like it's broken. Like that rule is broken. Like there's some very specific dark points where it goes like way further than what you would think is so I kind of it's one of the things I'm struggling most with when doing old pictures. It's kind of hard to match that. Like, how do you recreate that very specific? Let's do a little levels on here. Let's reduce it a little bit. Like outputs. Yeah, it looks better. I mean, you're right about this, obviously, but I mean, it just reminded me of this problem I've been having. Okay, and now we can see that this is obviously way too sharp compared to everything around it. And what I'm trying to do is, every time I add something new, I try to match the level of detail in the original. So a lot of these things I added were much sharper when I did. But then we kind of toned that down in each of them. And the way I'm doing this, which I found it's quite a good way, instead of blurring kind of thing which also messes the edges, I found that a really good way of doing this, at least for all pictures, probably not gonna work with most things, is going to camera raw and adding some grain here. Not only adding some grain, but making it super large. So if you see, if I make the grain super small, you keep all the sharpness, even maybe increase it a little. The larger you make this grain, look at how much detail we lose. Same with roughness. Obviously I'm not gonna go that far, but I found it's a really good way to really decrease that level of sharpness. And we're gonna see how that looks with everything what we put on top of it in a second. I'm kind of eyeballing this because I don't know how it'd look with all the things on top. I'd go a bit further actually. Yeah, it's like kind of improvised, to be honest. I just found it went pretty well for this. I'm basically improvising a lot of new stuff with all this old picture editing. So there's a lot of different stuff. Use the ACR grind for hair masks. For hair masks? I haven't seen that technique. Okay, that's looking better. And look at the level of detail now. And you've also added that little bit of grain, that little bit of texture that can also help. Now that we've lost some detail, you can see that some of the mask is a bit too sharp. So we'll just go and and soften that up in some places. That is too hard. There we go. Just to hopefully finish that effect. Trying to really be light about it. You lose some detail. Okay, that's pretty good. And as you can see, this whole process of adding the pincers has not only been about masking, matching, well, not color matching in this case, it's value matching, I guess. It's a lot of this process has just been decreasing detail, decreasing sharpness, decreasing flattening things, decreasing contrast. It's kind of weird, because that's usually the opposite of what you're doing, right? So that's why I'm finding this to be really fun, because you really gotta think about it in a different way. Also, I'm liking these pincers. Looking dope. It's your grind technique. Into the hair, more realistic touch. Light goes through and inside the hair. Okay, let me note down the name. Oh, wrong tab. Save my color. Okay, I'll look up that video. Yeah, when you match something and you get it right, it's one of the best things. I'm thinking, before we call this pincer thing done, I want to mess with size. Let's see if, like, maybe huge pincers is even better. Can't rotate it too much, or it loses its perspective. I'm aware that it's going over the antenna. That's something we take care of later. How big should these pincers be? And how low, actually, because right now they don't really match the edge of the face, which is something that usually you would do on bugs. We still have some, like, face below it. We're not making a real bug, so it doesn't matter that much, but just kind of going with feeling here. That's usually my my biggest criteria for going with a decision or another is how does it feel? Just added a little bit of shadow below it, get some depth there. And obviously this should go with matching shadow below it, because this is not a shadow, this is a reflection, so we still need a shadow on top. And I think I'll make it in a separate layer, because if we do move the pincers later, we can move them with their own shadow instead of having to redo it every time we change our minds. So, okay. Need like a pretty sharp shadow where it's touching, only in the places where it's touching, and as it gets away, because I'm imagining this is touching the water. Goes down. Yeah, that would make sense. And as it gets away, just make it softer. and even disappear. Because just taking a look at the lighting on this base image, it's very non-specific. Like, we can actually tell very little about where the light comes from, just from the base image. Like, it comes from up, but not a lot. We can't tell a lot about which side. It's not very precise. So yeah, the point is, there's not very sharp shadows that we need to do. Just some basic, I don't know what's the photographic term for it, but what game developers would call ambient occlusion. Occlusion. I don't know how to pronounce that. The kind of shadow that something does when it's close together to another object or surface. Contact shadows, that's a name that mostly traditional artists would use. Yeah, you get what I mean. I'm just trying to remember how what the right term for it is. But okay, so this group 2, that's why I don't label layers, because I've just added a ton of layers on top of this base one. So naming each and every one of them would be annoying. So pincers, and this is going to go inside the full bug. And this is because there's this whole burned film gradient here on the left side of the image. I'm just applying on top of the whole bug. This is how it looks like on the base image. You can see that this whole side is kind of burnt, the film. So try to replicate that. And I don't know if it does a lot to the pincer specifically. Not a lot, but still, just to keep everything in one place. It's a little bit more shadow here. Since these pincers are kind of closing down this whole space, I feel like it should be a bit more in shadow. I hate shadows, yeah. It's one of the hardest things. I agree with you. And that's where I think photo manipulation really edges very close to traditional arts, and that's where one of the things where you benefit the most from having a little background in drawing, painting, is you'll know how to. And I say that with very little background. I wish I knew a bit more about drawing and painting, but I tried for a few years before I got serious with Photoshop. But yeah, a lot of the skills really translate. And here I'm just erasing the very tip of pincers here, because they're below the water. So I'm gonna do this little reflection here, just to make it look like. Gotta go with very, very small brushes, 2 pixels. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Photography, you kind of control it from the get-go. Oh, what is this? Oh, I get it. This layer. These 2 layers have stuff that are above the pincers. And above the whole shadow. So... gonna be lazy. Yeah, I'm just gonna put the pincers on top so we don't have to redo all that. And we can still draw this edge. We'll just have to draw it below the edge of the pincers. That's fine. Does a trick. I don't have to create it, just manipulate it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a difference. Like a different view of lighting. And this, like in many things, photo manipulation falls somewhere in between photography and traditional art. You have to both, especially if you're taking your own pictures, which I don't often do, because I just don't have a lot of access to resources for the stuff I need. But when you take your own pictures, it's still like gotta control the lighting, and when you find pictures, you still have to have a good eye for lighting, like a photographer would, because you still have to choose pictures that are similar enough in lighting. Somewhere in between, because really the less you have to physically manipulate lighting and paint shadows and stuff, the better, right? It's the better if it'll look if the two pictures are already matching in lighting from the get-go. Okay, I'm really liking how these pincers came out. Happy with them. Yeah, I'm so glad we found a picture in the end. Okay, there's a few things I still want to do. First up, I'm still not happy with the specular lighting on here. Specular highlights, because the picture I used wasn't really great. It was the best one I could find of broken wings like this. It still has all of that little specular lighting, very shiny. I mean, we could go in manually and did like we did with the pincers to reduce it. Just go in levels and do a little. Okay, let's find the wing here. And let's see. Let's do levels. Levels is so useful when way more useful, and I use levels a lot, even in color photography. It's basically the main tool I'm using for black and white for matching, because it just has most of everything you need. Okay, maybe I'll be like really aggressive until I get rid of the highlights. Then I'll invert that mask and just apply it where we need it. It's a kind of backwards way of just painting with a brush, but it'll at least keep some of the detail. Yeah, and honestly, curves, obviously, it just has so much more, I don't know, control. You can do so much more stuff, but levels is many times the only thing you need. Try to separate luminosity, saturation, and sometimes when hue when matching stuff. Yeah, that's a good approach. That's kind of how I do it. The approach kind of depends on the image, but that's very often what I end up doing. Like levels, and on top hue saturation, maybe, when you selectively mess with the colors. And then on top, maybe even a color layer where you just paint some color on top of something. I don't know. It really depends, but yeah, I get that approach. It's kind of similar for me. Yeah, I agree. Also, the thing about curves that kind of annoys me is that it is so strong. Most of the things you'll have to do in curves are very, very, very slight deviations from the straight line. And if you do need to do something more severe with curves, sometimes it's just better to just use another approach, like just painting a color layer or something like that. It'll be less destructive. I don't know, really depends on the image. It's kind of hard to talk in general about this kind of stuff. What I don't like about this is that it's making the darks extremely dark, so just do a little blend diff on this. No, I can't. Oh, maybe this actually... Oh no, that was actually on the base layer. I was thinking it was my fault. And there was this black edge. Trying to fix it. But it wasn't even my fault. Okay, that is not bad. That gets rid of some of the specular highlights. Very manual approach on this, but it does the trick. I use them really when I wanted something in the mid-tone range, where I can select the image, the picker tool, and the curves adjustment layer. Yeah. Yeah, but for like most things, levels does a trick. Even being an inferior or less powerful tool, it does a trick. I mean, in this case, absolutely. I don't need curves really at all for matching black and white. You actually get a bit more control, I believe, from the levels UI. These curves can be finicky. Okay, I'm kind of done with this specular highlights. It's kind of impossible to just get rid of all of them. Because you can see there is some... I don't know, this specular highlights, this also like a little bit of motion blur. The picture I used as a base was not great, okay? But it was the best one, like, perspective-wise, so... And it also was broken. And I really wanted a broken wing. So it'll have to do. I'm liking this. I'll probably, you know, when I look back at something the next day, which is a very important part of the process for me, just getting stuff in, like just looking at other stuff and then coming back to it. Usually I'll find a lot of new errors, but so far it's looking pretty good to me. Everything seems well matched. How about this below the wing? I have this little... Oh, that's part of the reflection. That makes sense. Got a reflection from here. Oh, this looks bad. Thankfully, it doesn't have to matter. Knowing how to hide your errors is definitely a master tool in Photoshop. Because there's good and bad ways of hiding your errors. Yeah, I think this should be in shadow. Like, actually be pretty dark. And this is too bright now. Oh, I'll actually show you. Hang on. Because you weren't here for... Last stream we did a competition. So we... Using donations from viewers and my own money, we've hired 8 people from Fiverr. You know Fiverr, right? It's where people sell themselves incredibly short, especially on the Photoshop section. And you get like from the hilarious to the sad because this person is actually good but is taking just $5 for their work. You get like both sides of that. So we did a competition between 8 people on Fiverr, and the results were really... Some of the results were very funny, and some were actually quite good. Hang on, let me pull them up. I think they were worth showing again. When did I save this? There we go. So we gave them 3 pictures. This city, this snake, and this night sky. The night sky was kind of an asshole move, specifically because mixing this night sky with this sundown city is kind of an asshole move, but still. And the instructions were making the snake huge in the city and changing the day sky to the night sky. It's kind of a tough one, but we got some pretty good results. I'll show the winner first. The winner was this guy, who didn't take one of the instructions seriously because he didn't entirely change the sky, but it looks good. I did some pretty good rim lights. He wrapped the snake around the building. This all was decided by vote. Personally, I would have given it to either this guy, who it's a bit drab. It's like didn't go for style points, but everything's well done. It masked the whole sea to get rid of the big highlight you can see on the sea here of the big. Didn't really add any green light or anything like that, but he did like everything really well and masked the whole buildings quite well. But then, and this is what I thought about it, the guy that hides his error with a bunch of smoke. And this one was one of the most hilarious ones, specifically because it cost twice as much as the other ones. And this guy was probably just... It's a guess, alright? It's kind of a guess. But my guess is he started cutting this building. Didn't actually really finish it, because we got some... started cutting this building and then thought, fuck this. This is so annoying. I'll just put some smoke. This guy was $10, whereas we're $5. I tried to go for like the base, at least for as many as I could, the base rate. And okay, just to finish this off. There's way more, right? This is the funniest one. This guy just... I mean, I paid $5, so I'm expecting some of them are gonna put 5 minutes, which is what this deserves, what $5 deserves, but... This is great. Like, he just cut until here and said, I'm done. And then for the background, he went for... he I guess he wanted to get rid of the big highlight here on the sky. So he started masking, and exactly here he said, fuck it, I'm done with this. Just stopped. He just stopped. Yeah, there were some incredible ones. This guy also added a couple planes for some reason. This guy went for style points. Well, to finish it up, here's my own version I did on the same stream as a competition. I went for the... I didn't go for like the first one, that one. Didn't keep any of the original lighting. I went for the night sky. And added some green highlights and stuff. Just, I don't know. Also, something that no one else did. I masked the sky, the sea first, and then I added some reflection. That's something that felt natural, but no one else did it. But there we go. That was a fun competition. I'd do that again sometime. I was actually thinking of doing a competition among viewers, because we got a lot of people that are interested or that do stuff that's tangentially related to composition and that can do a bit. So we might do a little competition of this type, but only among ourselves. Only among this little community. Oh, I was thinking this was a bad edge, but it's just a little reflection I added for the edge of the water. Yeah, great. Still like non-binding, so we'll still have time to think about it. I'll let you know if we're doing. If you use Discord and want to stay up to date about it, there's a Discord server down below. I'll probably be talking about it there. Okay, I don't have a lot else to do on this. Hang on. Our little to-do list. Oh. Now. Okay. Oh, adding face textures. Very much done. Yeah, that removes all the to-do list stuff. And even the stuff I drew. I always do little to-do lists because I forget when I finish a stream or something. I always forget by the next one what I was supposed to do. Yeah, this will probably get some little touch-ups tomorrow or in the next few days. And then the other main thing I wanted to do. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it, but you see this picture, which is supposedly not. If you go on to the website, it is Library of Congress. They list the year it was taken. Sometimes give a little description. So this picture and this picture were apparently taken at different years, but I kind of found it. The more I looked at them, the more surprising I found, because. So you start looking at the people, and let's take a look at this guy with the hat. Let's take a look at this guy. It absolutely seemed like the same guy, same clothes. And let's take a look at this. And here he is. Same guy with the little cap here. Probably this one. This robes that kind of follow the same pattern, the same directions. It is suspiciously similar. Look at the tools. Look at this tool. Look at this tool. Suspiciously similar. Yeah. So, I'm thinking, since this one is also lower contrast, as you can see here, the guys are very much lower contrast. A bit more unfocused. To use exactly the same bug, Obviously we'll get a bit more of the left side of it. Reduce its contrast, maybe move some stuff around so it looks slightly different from a different perspective. Even close down this a bit more and make it look like they opened it up to see what was inside. The lighting is, lighting is very similar. This one seems to be coming from here, but this is like we're guessing from the beginning of the whale skinning, and the other one's from the end, as you can see here. So it was more like around midday. That's my guess. In any case, I did change the levels, so it was like this originally. It was even lower contrast. I didn't change it to match this one. So that's also why they look a bit similar. But yeah, I'll probably... And we can do like a quick sketch of how that's gonna look. I'll take the full bug, which I think is literally a full bug. No, it isn't. I still have a wing that's outside this. Let's take the whole thing. I think that's it. That's a reflection. That's not part of the bug. Okay. Let's take the full bug without the burn film. Let's put it... God, where is it? So many layers at this point. What I do have a lot of is like reference layers and reference pictures. Stuff I didn't really take anything from, but I wanted to use to get inspired and, well, I know what kind of textures I was dealing with. So that's a lot of textures to get rid of. A lot of bullshit there. Also copies of stuff I used in case I needed them again. Anyway. Here's our boy. Gonna be smaller, obviously. I'm guessing like this. Oh, I gotta make this into... Gotta merge this, because it's gonna be hell if I don't. So, let's compare it to the size of the guy. Goes to around... chest size? Also, okay, there's a hard thing here is a couple guys are standing on it. I think that's gonna be okay, that just shows it's resilient. Should be a little bit smaller, I believe. Okay, let's see. Trying to keep the scale, it's important. Mimic this into a smart object. God, I love smart objects, they just slow down everything so much though. I love the comfortableness of being able to change something and not having it into a separate layer, just being able to come back to it and stuff. I basically upgraded my computer just so I could deal with more smart objects, because my computer was chugging a lot when my old one, when dealing with a lot of them, and just when dealing with a lot of layers in general. That's one of the reasons I upgraded it. So Ctrl L, and we're just gonna reduce that contrast. Yeah, using a ton. I think that it's very much a thing that's more in the compositing side of the industry. So when I look at what retouchers do here on Twitch, like Chu or whatever, they seem to work in like very few numbers of layers, always flattening and never using smart objects. Not sure if it's true about layer matte. Don't restore quality after being sized down and then up. What? Yeah. Layer masks don't restore their quality after being sized down and then up. I didn't know that. Well, I guess, yeah, layer mask in the end is just a layer, like a normal layer, like a non-smart layer, I guess. So it doesn't really remember if you size it up and down again, right? Yeah, that's what you meant. Okay. I got it. Yeah, that would make sense. I haven't really thought about it. It does make sense. But it's not really an issue unless you want like the crispest edges in the industry. Where it's gonna, or you're like resizing a ton. You're gonna run into, right? Yeah, smart objects are just so useful. Also, being able to puppet warp something. And like for instance, I'm probably gonna puppet warp this quite a bit, so the angle looks a bit different. Something like this, and then I just say, oh, fuck it, I forgot to change something. You can just go back to the exact point where you were. Yeah, I haven't considered it. It's good to think about it. Yeah, I think this bug is gonna go well here. The angle matches like pretty much perfect. Only thing we gotta do is get rid of the whale, obviously. Get these guys on a new layer on top. Well, I'll just mask their feet out of these. It's also an option. Let's try to get a good old clone stamp started. I don't know what to do with this rose though. Same with liquefy too. Yeah, ropes are gonna be fun to deal with. Hey Bossaman, how are you doing? We're doing some creepy bug things. Hang on, this is the one we just did. And we're just gonna do a second picture, like to have next to it. Just to have a couple pictures and tell a story around them. And I chose very specifically pictures that were from the same angle and stuff, so I could use the same composites, not have to redo everything again, because that would be crazy. This goes into a series with this one I did last week, a couple weeks ago. Time doesn't make sense anymore, so. In this one I did 2 pictures too. I think it's a good way to, because these ones are going to incorporate a little bit of storytelling, like a short written thing to go with it, to give it context, give it a little bit of mystery. And that's why I think it's good to have a couple pictures, because then you're able to kind of break down the little story with a picture, like maybe you'll do a small paragraph, picture, small paragraph, picture, and ending paragraph. Something like that, just not overwhelm people. And have the writing just be a secondary thing. Because I'm not that good at writing. It's fun, but it would be to place more tropical background to pictures to make the insect feel more in place. I kind of like that cold background because I wanted this to be situated in a. I still don't know that we gotta find a good like very specific place, like a village. Because the pictures don't come with context, unfortunately. So we don't know where they were taken, actually, also in real life. But my guess, or my headcanon for this is happening in a small village fishing village in northeastern United States. I know it's the United States because this comes from the Library of Congress. So I just gotta get Google Maps and find an old fishing village somewhere on there, I guess. Just to have a name. And I'm gonna frame these. This story, this pictures, you can read the story if you. So if you follow the links below to my Instagram or to my Twitter, or it's all there, you can find it. And it comes with a little story. So this story is taken from the diary of this guy, which is the main archaeologist that finds it. And he kind of describes how they found it, what it looked like all the crew is disturbed by this thing, what could it be? So that's how I framed the first one. The second one, I think I'm gonna frame it like a newspaper article from like a local newspaper. Like what happened in the little town of this and that. Like make a short story in that format. I still don't know the exact ending of it. That's my biggest mystery right now. I think some tragedy is going to happen after they find this, and the townspeople are gonna attribute it to the big dead bug that mysteriously washed up that morning or whatever. So they're just gonna throw it back into the sea, or they're gonna burn it. Thing is, they have to destroy it before any scientist gets to it, because if a scientist explains something mysterious, it stops being scary. Bug acupuncture, such a niche market. Have you, like, okay, jokes aside, there is bee acupuncture. You know that, right? There's guys that actually sting you with bees and say it's therapy. Crazy people. Even say the venom is good. Oh, for the bug. Oh, true. No, it's kind of a big spikes. Like, look at this one. It's kind of a sharp thing here. If the bug likes it, as long as it doesn't substitute this for good old medicine, it can do whatever. Big spikes for a big boy. Exactly. It's a big boy now. He can have the big spikes if he wants to. Y'all, masking or clone stamping out a huge whale. It's quite a thing. By the way, side note, we've been live for 6 hours. This is like way more than I usually do. But I like this, I'm enjoying the banter. I don't know how much longer I'll keep my streaming juices for. So the good thing about this is we're gonna put a big bug on it. So we don't have to mask everything perfectly. And for a lot of parts, we can probably use stream until lockdown ends. Okay, so I follow a guy, and I don't remember when I follow him. Oh, I think he did something photo manipulation related sometimes. So one time, and since I follow everyone that does that kind of thing. The guy did a 24-hour stream, or how many hours? I don't remember how many hours stream. And not like 24 hours awake and streaming and telling you stuff. He literally filmed himself while sleeping. So I kept seeing him on, and I probably hadn't watched a stream of his in ages. So I just, you know, scroll over the name. It says sleeping, 24-hour stream. What the hell? I click, and the guy is literally filming, like pointing his camera down at his bed and sleeping. Why do you do that? Pokemon sleep stream. Yeah, I was just dumbfounded about this whole thing. He's a pro. You know, okay, you know the best thing about this? There were like 7 people watching him. So, and I mean, it's not a big streamer or anything. It's like quite small, but I guess it was people like curious about this guy just streaming himself sleeping. They weren't really saying anything, looks like, but still. What a weird concept. You know, Ender, I can put a point reward for sleep stream for like 50,000. Is that good with you? 100,000? You'll get there eventually. It's a strange world. Yeah. People do whatever for attention. Okay, I don't think I'll mask a lot of around their feet, because we're already gonna have to kind of mask them and make them fit on our guy here. He doesn't have a name. Usually I name my creatures and stuff like that. Didn't name this guy. Let me remember, the one on the other edit, this one is named Howard, for Howard Lovecraft? I think it's Howard HP. The H in the HP Lovecraft. I don't know if it's Howard or Harold or something like that. Who's named after that? This guy doesn't have a name. Just realized that. Discover your sleepwalker. Can you imagine? Oh, that is a big thing. I did Puppet Warp on the bug. And this included the shadows below the bug. And never do Puppet Warp on soft edges, because it just does that. It is ugly. Yeah, we'll remove the Puppet Warp. And also there's some cut stuff, because the other picture ended here. So there's some shadows here that don't make sense. Anyway, since I pulled it up into a single layer, now it doesn't really matter, because I'll probably just copy the group again and then just get rid of the shadows individually. For now, this is a placeholder. Which sleep study? The most expensive sleep study. You know, when you're getting tested for sleep apnea, you gotta sleep with a monitor on. Instead of that, just hire a bunch of people to watch you sleep for the whole night, and then tell you how many times you have apnea. Seems like a very good use of money. It's a lo-fi way of diagnosing sleep apnea. Oh, I also gotta... Yeah, okay. Gotta be careful with the spikes and tools they're having. Those should be masked too, along with the feet. Well, I'm glad this bug takes a lot of the space here. Just masking that whole area would have been hell. Every time I snore, tie the cap. That's like big brain diagnosing. You give me ideas. You know I'm a med student. One day I'll be a doctor, so... And I'll actually, what I want to do is research neurology, research the brain, and sleep is actually one of the things I'm most interested in. So yeah. I'll say it twice, because I'll hire you for sleep studies. Okay, this part is gonna be kinda hard, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yep. Gonna be hard. Now it's a kinda annoying thing here is that I could put it to the left and then have the tools contact him and or like go behind him, and it'll make a bit more sense on that side. Oh. Uh-oh. Don't get stuck, please. Please don't get stuck. Ah, I'm so glad this was just a loading thing. If I had lost all of this work, I would have died. I would have ended the stream immediately without saying goodbye. Can I spend my points to get brain surgery? That's a good use of points. These points. Oh no, you have American healthcare, right? Sorry. I'm sorry for that. I've seen the chat for everyone in chat having American healthcare. It just consult get sick. Solved. Hey Bernie, we solved it. You can stop now. Solved sickness. Oh boy, this is gonna be hard, isn't it? For America. Yeah, we're from Surat. Germany. Yeah. Euro bros unite. So you're a night person like me. It's freelance life. Yeah. Good bet. Is that for real? Because honestly, I respect that. If that's for real. I have a very big night owl tendency. I have what the doctors call DSPD, or delayed sleep phase disorder, where you kind of your natural sleep rhythm is from like, well, it changes from person to person, but it's like, in my case, it's 5:30, 6 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. down there. So if like right now in quarantine, I can live in that rhythm, I'm super happy and never tired. If I gotta adjust to like normal work rhythm, it's hell. Unfortunately, that is for real. So you basically live in for me, I always say I'm living in America in a sleep schedule way. In your case, you're living in I don't know, I don't even know where. What time zone is that? Do you have something like the SPD too? Or is it just a matter of like, is it like a natural tendency for you, or is this something you got used to by freelancing? You're in 20 miles before bed every night. Well, up till now we couldn't even go out for sports, but they changed that recently. Since a couple days ago, we can go out for a run and stuff, which I still haven't done, but I'm planning on. Because it's good for my sleep, that is true. It's kind of time consuming, but it's fun. Honestly, just clone stamping stuff, it's kind of mindless. It's fun, you just gotta, I don't know, make it up as you go along, try to find textures. In this case, it's also blurred, that doesn't matter that much. I think it's a natural tendency. It's been like this forever. And you might have a delayed sleep phase disorder. It's a very like very seldom diagnosed. Hang on, I'll send you. It should just the Wikipedia article, because it just puts it so well. And if you feel identified with this, you might have it. That happened to me, like, I once read about it, well, I first read it while studying, because I'm studying medicine, and while studying for neurology, I read about it, I was like, that is exactly me, and I read up on it, read some studies and stuff, and yeah, I really just felt like that is exactly what it is for me. And after talking about it with some neurologists, they all agreed. Yeah, got the SPD. And it's great when you find out it's just like a natural tendency or like a syndrome or something like that, because it really gets the load off your back. Because all my life, and I guess if it's like that for you or our lives, we get called lazy for anything, so it's good to have a reason for that, some explanation. Yeah, the idea behind it, the theory that most people agree on, is that on early humans, it was advantageous to have a certain percentage of the population, so like a certain percentage of the tribe, that would have a vastly different sleep schedule. Because that way you'd always have somebody doing the lookout, somebody watching out for danger, and that's the theory behind it, at least. It's like the most commonly accepted, and that gene is still like going around in the population, and that's why a certain percent of the population have that. Yeah, it's cool, and it's something that up to a point is normal in teenagers. I think like around 30% or something like that of teenagers have this, but it usually with age goes away. If it doesn't, then it's like the SPD. It's like called a syndrome or a disorder, sleep disorder. But yeah, since I've found out about that when I can, so like now when I'm on lockdown, I don't have anything to do in the mornings, I'll just follow my natural rhythm. And like you, and that's why freelancing is something that attracts me. And I'm studying medicine, but I'm focusing also a lot on art, because I'd like to follow this as a career at some point. Right now it's like not an option, but at some point I'd love to. And in that case, if you freelance, you can get your own schedule, and that is a very big plus for me. Can you be diagnosed? Yes. There's no like specific test to prove it, but the usual like test that is used, or the usual proof that is used, is I forget the name. It's a device that reads your movement every night, so it gets you the hour where you fall asleep and the hour where you wake up. And actually, a lot of modern sports sensor, like this kind of sensors that you might get on a watch or on a little band on your arm, have the same thing, of exactly the same technology, where you can measure your own sleep, and you keep that sleep diary for a couple weeks, and that's how you get diagnosed. That's how, like, if that sleep diary demonstrates a tendency towards that very, very late night rhythm, then that's how it's diagnosed. I guess in the future we'll get some more like specific tests, but for now it's what we got. It's like a very kind of a new thing that's been discovered, so we don't know that much about it. We know it has some genetic base, because it's shared among families, or among certain members of a family. It's like very likely that if you have it, someone in your family, like, I don't know, cousin or grandparent or someone random like that, also has it. Yeah, so the main other cause that why you can have something like this is just a very badly trained sleep habits. So something like screens, which I'm very badly demonstrating right now because I got a screen in front of me right now, but I'm already in my rhythm. So screens, bright lights, caffeine, that kind of stuff can really mess up your sleep schedule, and it can end up building a habit that can be like very distorted like that. So that can also be a cause. And usually you'll see that with how the response to treatment is. So for people who just have a badly trained habit, stuff like melatonin is not going to do a lot. But for people that have it like genetically, melatonin is like the only real treatment there is for it, and it's not even that good, but it's what we got. And it actually does quite a bit for me. It doesn't like fix it entirely, but it helps you get a normal, so to speak, schedule when you have to work 9 to 5 or something. Use any kind of blue light filter. Yes, you might have seen it on stream. I always forget to turn it off. And I don't know if it's got on stream. So I'm gonna turn it on right now. If you see this menu pop up when I'm streaming, that is me turning it off. I'm gonna turn it on right now. And it's the screen is gonna turn very orange for me. Yeah, you've probably seen it, Ender. The screen is gonna turn very orange for me, and I don't know if the stream picks that up. Are you seeing any change right now? Are you seeing any more orange lights slowly coming in? Doesn't look like it. That's what I thought. I think it doesn't get picked up. But still, for like right now it's black and white, so it doesn't matter that much. But obviously when you're trying to do something color sensitive, you have to turn it off. But like I'm gonna turn it off right now, real quickly. And I'm seeing like a real, and you can see maybe on my face how the light changes. Since, oh, you have it on, okay. Yeah, it's a good thing to have in general if you use screens a lot. The one I use is called f.lux. If anyone on chat is interested in using it, if you don't already. I think that works as a link too. I think that if you click that, you'll get to the website. Yeah, it's good. I also have it on my phone. But yeah, read up on it, Sirit, and once all this madness is done, if you think you might have it, go and talk to the doctor. Might give you one of these little devices, or just a good old sleep journal where you just write down what time you fall asleep and what time you wake up, and that like that alone can be your diagnosis. Android. I got a Huawei, so I'm a Chinese spy right now. Everything that I'm saying and that you're saying is being recorded by the Chinese government. No, it was gifted to me, and it was like way before it was any kind of controversy about Huawei. So, screw it. They already know about me. I'll try not to visit China anyway. It's a good brand though. It's like for the price, it's super high quality. So yeah, you only problem is dealing with the Chinese government thingy. Not a big deal. Okay, so I just copied the whole thing again, and now that probably just doubled all our layers. We are 200 layers right now, exactly. Very nice number. So I just copied the whole thing because I wanted to turn... Okay, I'm gonna try to combine stuff within it. And remove some shadows so I can remake them in a more... Because I wanna do like I did for this one and puppet warp it. But if I puppet warp it with the soft shadows on it, it'll be a mess. And ooh, okay, there's so many layers on here that just look at the transform box. Okay, seems about right. Okay, that looks about right. Doesn't have to be perfect. Give it a second. It'll take a while to transform with like around 100 layers in there. Oh, there it is. I want to buy Huawei laptop. I have to. Yeah, and I don't really trust how Huawei after what all that came out. And a Surface Book. You use it for working the laptop. Because I have a laptop. It's pretty old, and yeah, I used it for studying a bit, but not much more than that. Boy, there's a few layers in here, isn't it? I just want to turn off the shadows wherever I can, because as you can see here, they don't make sense. Then I'm going to puppet warp it so the shadows will make even less sense. Oh, this we can get rid of since it has probably a bunch of layers in it. Hope I can use one for working. And dodge and burn on the couch. Yeah, I was kind of forced, and I mean, this does not work for me. You get what I mean? I was kind of forced to use it to do my edits for a few months when I was out, and it was just so annoying. I had my tablet and everything, but just the less computing power meant that it would start chugging like and getting super slow very early. I couldn't do like anything really big with it. Yeah, I mean, in a pinch, if it's what you got, then it's all right. But okay, so a few things I wanted to do with this. One, you could close the whole hole in the head. So let's try and do that. There's quite a few layers in it, so it's gonna take a second. Okay. And this one, I just need to get rid of it in the layer mask. Keep drawing super angular eyes, looking at N64 character. Oh, it can be a style too. You can say I just like N64 characters. It's my style. But I would close it for this one, since it's like an earlier phase. I wanted to have like a little difference. This is easy to just take away some layers. I do want some darkness in here, because it feels weird compared to what we had before, which was this. So I'm thinking... Oh, all these layers come together, so I'm just gonna merge them. It's gonna be the whole thing. Then I'm just gonna apply it on here. See if that looks good. I'll go with that. Yeah. I have a very unique style. Exactly. There, you got the gist of it. Oh, I gotta remember this hair on top of this. Okay, let's go back here. Okay. I guess it just needs a little edge. So I'll just take this, put it as a layer mask, and just draw with this. Kind of remake that edge. Oh, it's gonna need some texture, isn't it? That works. Hey, mister. Welcome back. How are you doing? Oh, that is not the right. Okay, we're gonna do what we did before to add some grain, add some... Oh, that is a bit too much, isn't it? Yeah, that a bit less. Big size, but lower amounts. I'm doing good. Doing some... Still working on the bug. I think this one's gonna look good. Yeah, need to reduce the lightness a little bit. Okay, that's pretty good. It's not a client request where you wanted me to recreate a side. That's just painting a fucking Mona Lisa in its original style. I wanted $20 for it. Oh no. God. Well, if you get on Instagram, you're better, but you'll get a lot of stuff like that. You'll get some real requests and some actual people like willing to pay a good price for stuff, but you get a lot of, hey, can you do a full album cover for $20? Yeah, let me just paste 3 clip art images from Google. Hit them with a printer copy. Okay, I kind of like the closed style like this compared to this. Just to have a little difference. I'm also gonna move the limbs around a little. Print it on bumpy paper. Then just scan it again until they're happy. Okay, a lot of things I can get rid of at this point. A lot of things I tried and didn't go with. Okay, since everything's still separated, which is good, there's some stuff I can just move on its own, like this wing. I'm thinking, since they kind of break it apart, you can have it more like in a natural state, even though it's still gonna be broken and stuff. Still have it be sort of close to the body, so in the second one it's like even more broken and hanging off to the side, just to add some little differences. Gotta get rid of the shadow here. It's all e-commerce. In the commercial space, more ridiculous as well. A lot of companies have zero budget. Ad campaigns for virtually nothing. Yeah, I get that a lot. Oh, I got a guy like this, a client like that, and honestly, it's kind of a good deal, because so he's kind of the entrepreneur, super rich kind of guy. He doesn't share that kind of stuff, but from the look of him, he's like in America and stuff, but he's like super rich Arabic kind of dude that comes from Qatar or something like that. He's probably oil money from his family, like a very young dude with super huge investments in this and that. So I guess like daddy money. But the guy approached me to edit his pictures, and like, edits, what kind of stuff do you want? Like, do you want nice kind of surreal stuff? He's like, no, just little pictures for my Instagram and stuff. I'm like, okay, I said yes and gave him a highballed the price, because he seemed like a rich dude, and the guy pays me $25 for pictures, like for each picture, and the things he asks me are ridiculously easy. Like, can you change this letters to say this? $25. There you go. 10 minutes. So this, so you got a few of them that have too much money to to know what to do with it. Okay, then we got the legs in the back here. I kind of want to mess with, because they're separate. Where did I leave them? Oh, maybe they're in the bug thing. Ah, this is easier, like this. There we go. Just below that. Claw. There we go. I even gave you the good name, but then I forget where it is. Hey, what is this? I'm moving it. It's not showing up. Oh, hang on. I think it's just my computer chugging. What you doing? What you doing, my dude? Find what's wrong. Yeah? That should be a right layer. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's working. Okay, well. I don't know, maybe I had a selection or something. Happens sometimes. There we go. We're having an extra long stream today. Just remember this, it's not a usual occurrence. I'll go around thinking I'm gonna do this every day. This is too far away. I stream every couple days lately. Since we're on lockdown. So this wing, I'm just gonna get rid of it, since if we're assuming it's more or less in the same position as the other. Okay, I'm gonna puppet warp this. Oh, I need to do something different than Ctrl-Shift-P. I gotta open my hand like that to do it. Let's spread it out a little. Even though it's not like a huge change, just to give it a bit of a difference compared to the other one. Ah, it's too far away, isn't it? Yeah, it makes sense. The claw. The claw, I'm also gonna move a little. Oh, why is it so big? Guess we got the whole image behind it. Apply the layer mask. There we go. And Sirid, how did you jump to freelancing? Because, as I said, it's something that I would like to do at some point. Right now, it's not something I can. It's not something I would bring in any money with the amount of clients I have. I do some freelancing, but it's just people who found me, people who contacted me. How did you get into it? Did you come from a design job before and then just jumped into freelancing? Okay, gotta take this whole thing. Okay, erase this. Gonna take everything, wing included. Oh, there is something I need to get rid of before I forget. In the pincers, this has its own shadow layer. This one. There we go. I think maybe some others have their own shadow layer, but hopefully not. Straight out of university. Oh, okay. Part-time work in an agency. Extended relationship with me, given a distant basis. What did you go to university for? Oh, all merged. There it is. Ah, our big boy. Oh, well, I guess I also took the things on the back, which don't make a lot of sense, but whatever. Smart objects. Puppet work. Photography in new media. That's cool. As for me, as you probably can see, I have no formal training at all. Oh, this is kind of doing some numbers to some edges, which I don't really love. Okay, I'm gonna I could just go back. Hey, yeah. Just go back until the merge layers. There we go. So I took way too many layers. I took the ones in the back that I shouldn't have. You already missed out of technical education. Oh yeah, but I would have liked to get some more like, I don't know, because I know a lot of Photoshop just from experience, just from using it, you know? But I would have liked to get some like complementary stuff. Like some more photography, it's something I would have liked to learn. Why can't I get these layers out of the bug? Oh. Comes with you. Okay, hopefully now I can... There we go. This wasn't the same layer as the rest of the bug, so yeah. It's more about understanding artistic value, developing your style, building your coherence series, etc. But that's cool. Something I would have liked to get a little bit more education on. Yeah, and exactly, you get the connections. It's not necessary. Yeah, well, I guess not like technically necessary. It's kind of good to have. Like, who knows, if I ever like jump completely into working in the art world, it's something I'd like to do. Get something, even not maybe like university and go to a whole university course. Do something a bit more formalized, education-wise. Because right now, all I got is around 10 years of using Photoshop. Actually, we're gonna be doing 10 years, because I still keep every PSD document since the first, like, probably not the very first time, but like one of the first times I used Photoshop. Because my mother is a graphic designer, so I just got access to this from very early age. Oh, we got some shadows to take care of here. I just got access to that from a very early age, and yeah, some of my first stuff is kind of ridiculous, but gotta do something fun for the Photoshop anniversary, I guess. It'd be a fun little thing. Oh, I could make with a leg. Could make it stand more upright. That's not how legs work. Dummy. I guess they're kind of bendy, those legs. Not so bendy though. There we go. Just a little bit. Oh, no, that isn't. Puppet warp can be wonky sometimes. It's so useful. Oh, it's big into Counter-Strikes, and it's not a frag movies. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool origin story. Yeah, I started doing just messing and hang on, because I can show you my earliest stuff. Okay, let's find the earliest. I don't know if this is the first one, because I don't keep the exact. Actually, no, this is December 2010. And this? Oh, dude. Okay, so my first, and keep in mind, 23 now, so I was 13 years old. I did this. It was my first, one of my first experiments with Photoshop was, no, which is which, was making a fake Windows alert message saying, "Do you want to rule the world right now?" And this is September. So I guess in September we'll do something cool. Or maybe this is even earlier, I don't know. This is it's June? God. Okay, this shit is from June 2010. So I guess their anniversary is actually June 2010. It just got this very pixelated picture of a giraffe, and I removed the neck from it. And you can see here, you can see the marks of clone stamping. You can stick the JPEG. God, the JPEG. It's fun. It's just remember it fondly. I just called it bad luck. Oh god. Yeah, I guess in June, that's a nothing, no time. You can do something cool like anniversary style. Then, I mean, I messed with Photoshop stuff for many years since then, but not like regularly. For a very big while, I kind of had sworn off Photoshop because this dumb idea that if I wanted to do something like real art, I would need to learn how to do traditional art, learn how to draw. And Photoshop was not, like, in my mind, it wasn't really a real form of medium for artistic things. I kind of sworn it off and tried to learn drawing for so many years. I wasn't very good at it. I think it's also did give me some base, I guess, artistic base. Let me see that. Let me see that. 9 years ago. That's good. That's actually like good masking and shit and good effects. It's fun to look back at old shit and remember it. Do something similar with slag. Oh boy. Oh. I had the weirdest bug the other day on Photoshop. And the funniest thing is it happened while Twitch was down. It was kept in the VOD but nobody saw it. And I clipped it. Because I was sad that nobody would see the weird bug I found. And it was during this. Hang on, because I got the Twitch clip. Go to my Twitch channel. Oh, hang on. Actually, this needs puppet warp. Let me pull it into the fray here. Since, alright. I tried to puppet warp. It was doing the back leg there. And for some reason, when I did the puppet warp, it turned into this. What did he just do? Look at that. That only happened that time. And if I tried to redo it on the same layer, it would do it again. So there must be like some condition that activates it. It's never happened to me before or since. It was weird. It's not bad because it's kind of standing a bit more. You can see the legs are a bit more propped up. You can see that I kind of messed with it and just broke it even further. Let's do levels. That's maybe why it unleashed its curse to village people. Oh boy, I'm gonna be streaming for 7 hours soon. Till 3 AM, so I'm gonna leave it at that for today.